may be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a restful evening. Thank you for your patience. I hope I adequately prepared you for the amount of time you might be waiting for us. And we appreciate your patience during that time. This officer is still on the stand. He's still under oath. And state, please.
Judge, permission to approach.
Yes,
well.
You can move freely about the
Thank you,
court.
Judge. Officer, we were discussing State's Exhibit 76. These were the photographs that we had discussed yesterday. I'm showing you what is marked as image number 1 on State's 76. On image number 1, who is this all the way here on the left?
That's going to be Benjamin.
And the woman in the middle?
Miranda.
And who's this?
Leo.
Do you know his full name?
Leoness, I believe. Leoness.
Leoness?
Leoness.
He goes by Leo?
Yes.
And then this is who?
Brandon Jr.
Showing you image number 3. Who is this?
Benjamin.
And when does it say that this was first captured in the metadata? Can you see that?
On April 4th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
I'm going to show you image number 6. Who's this on the left?
Benjamin.
And what is the metadata for the capture time for image number 6?
May 16th, 2021.
Showing you image number 7. Who's this in the foreground of image number 7?
Leo.
And who's this in the background?
Benjamin.
And when does the metadata say that this was captured?
May 23rd, 2021.
Showing you image number 9. Who is this that's visible in image number 9?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time associated with that image?
June 4th, 2021.
Showing you image number 13. Who is this on the left of image 13?
Benjamin.
And in the center?
Brandon Jr.
And over here?
Leo.
And this?
I don't recall the baby's name.
But whose child is this? Do you know?
Miranda and Benjamin. I'm sorry, Brandon.
Officer Gonzalez, I'm going to have you take the microphone and move it to the other side.
Yeah, just make sure you're right up there.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you.
I'm showing you, I'm sorry, for image 13, what is the capture time associated in metadata?
June 17th, 2021.
Showing you image 14. Who is visible in that image?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time?
June 21st, 2021.
Showing you image number 17. Who's this here on the left?
Benjamin.
And in the middle?
Leo.
And over here on the right?
I don't know who that is.
Was she present at the apartment when you were there?
She was.
Do you have some idea of who she might be?
I think she's a relative of Miranda.
Okay. And what is the capture date associated with that image?
July 24th, 2021.
Showing you image 18. Who's this on the right in image 18?
Benjamin.
And on the left?
Leo.
What's the capture date associated with that?
July 26th, 2021.
Showing you image 20. Who's depicted in image 20?
Benjamin.
And what is the capture date associated with image 20?
July 30th, 2021.
Showing you image 21. Who is that in image 21?
Benjamin.
And what's the associated capture time?
July 31st, 2021.
I'm sorry, this is image 22 that I'm showing you. I don't know where it went. Who is that?
Benjamin.
What's the date associated?
August 1st, 2021.
Image 23. Who is that?
Benjamin.
What's the date associated with in the metadata for the capture time?
August 3rd, 2021.
Showing you image 26. Who's this over here on the left of image 26?
Leo.
Who's over here on the right
Brandon Jr.
and in the middle?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture date associated with that?
August 14th, 2021.
Image 27. Who's that?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time associated with that?
August 14th, 2021.
Image 28. Who's that?
Benjamin.
What's the capture date associated?
August 14th, 2021.
Showing you image 30. Who's that?
Benjamin.
What's this that's here, just under his head in the picture?
Is it a collarbone?
What's the date associated with that image?
August 14th, 2021.
Do you recall the date that Benjamin Cervera died?
August 20th, I believe, or was it? I'm confusing with the, I don't recall at this time.
So, I want to talk to you about your response to the Eisenhower Department on July the 20th. Do you recall the SAPD report number associated with that dispatch?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection of the case number to, I'm sorry, did you write a report in association with that dispatch?
Yes, sir.
And would it refresh your memory as to the case number if you were to review a copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have here what has been previously marked in tender to defense as State's Exhibit 82. Officer, do you recognize State's Exhibit 82?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
My report, sir.
And what is the date associated with that report?
July 20th, 2021.
And what is the SAPD case number?
SAPD 2113-9946.
And what is on the report, what persons do you list as gathering contact information for?
From Brandon Cervera and Miranda.
So Brandon Cervera, there's two Brandon Cerveras, right?
Brandon Senior and Brandon Junior.
You spoke to both of them,
Correct.
but you didn't obtain Brandon Jr.'s specific contact information. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So those numbers that are listed for Brandon Jr., those aren't his independent cell numbers.
Correct.
How is it that you get the contact information that you enter on your report?
When I arrive, I interview all the parties involved, and I document the information that I gather from them.
So they give you the contact information that you associate with them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I want you to tell me for the defendant, Brandon Cervera, what contact information did he give you as his phone number?
Just 1 second. Can the parties approach, please?
We're going to get back to that.
Your Honor, just 1 second.
I think
It's been resolved?
it is a moot point.
Okay, then go for it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again, what was the contact number that the defendant gave you when you spoke to him that night?
The phone number listed here is 210-739-2624.
And what is it designated as in your report?
A primary cell phone.
Primary what?
Primary cell phone. Oh,
Okay. And there are other numbers there also, right?
correct.
But what are those designated as?
Work and others.
And other?
Correct.
I want to discuss with you your responsibilities as a peace officer. So obviously there's a distinction, right, between being a peace officer and being a member of SAPD. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have different responsibilities that are kind of overlapping in many areas.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, as a peace officer, what would you do if Deputy Abe looked at the warrant system and told you that I had a warrant for my arrest, active right now?
I would make the arrest, sir. Sure.
I mean, but I'm in the middle of trial, like I'm doing something.
Right. Well, we have the discretion on waiting if need be, but the arrest would be made.
You wouldn't be able to just let me go.
Correct.
Like I couldn't just leave the courthouse.
Right.
How does that compare to, like, for example, police reports? What are your responsibilities as a peace officer regarding police reports?
So in any situation where we're called, we arrive, we investigate, we interview, we do documentation, and if we feel that there's an offense that's been committed, we complete a police report. In some cases, we would have to call a follow-up unit, and if there's an effective arrest that needs to be made, or a follow-up unit needs to be contacted.
Okay, but again, see, and this is why I'm trying to make the distinctions about what responsibilities stem from which obligation that you're under. Is that some of the things you just said, are those SAPD policies or are those requirements of all peace officers?
I would say both.
Right. So like, for example, you take an oath, do you not, that you're not allowed to fabricate any evidence, right? That's part of being a peace officer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So what is a breach of the peace as a peace officer?
Any criminal act that breaches the peace of the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you as a police officer, when you see a breach of the peace, what are your responsibilities?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Judge, I'm trying to establish the difference between the responsibilities of probable cause of making an arrest versus the community caretaking function.
Okay, I'll give you some leeway to do that.
Thank you, Judge.
So respectfully, the objection is overruled.
Are all of the calls that you respond to because there is a suspected crime that is occurring?
No, only if we have probable cause to make the arrest. In some situation where we get a call and they said in the details of our call, it says that maybe a possible crime has been committed. We get there to investigate, and if we have probable cause to make the arrest or to complete an offense report, we'll do so at that time.
But sometimes you're dispatched and there's no indication on the dispatch that there is a crime that's occurred, right?
Correct.
So what kind of circumstances might those be?
Whether for like an accident, a mental health related type call, disturbance.
So these are things that you as a police officer, you want to go investigate, but you don't necessarily think there's a crime committed from the information.
Right.
Okay. So when you're responding that night, July the 20th, to 3031 Eisenhower Road, which capacity is that in?
Again, the call that we're getting is for the welfare check, so they're going to check the well-being of Benjamin to see if he's at any risk. So at that point, there's really, I didn't have anything other than going to go check the welfare of him, or his well-being.
Okay. So, in doing that, how does that procedure work for you as a patrol officer, doing the welfare check?
Yeah, so when we get there, again, we investigate by interviewing all parties and document.
So,
and then,
you said you interview all parties, right?
Correct.
I mean, you wouldn't do a welfare check-in, not make contact with the person.
right, that we're doing the welfare check on, correct.
Okay. So that's really kind of the first objective, right?
Right,
Make sure the person is in fact okay.
correct.
Okay. And then from there, what happens?
I try to determine whether or not, there's a crime that's been committed after interviewing the parties involved.
So, when you were there that night,
sir.
how long were you there? You remember?
I don't recall the time. I don't recall the exact time. I was there for some
Would
time.
you say it was longer than an hour?
Correct.
And during that time, did other officers or personnel arrive on scene?
Yes, sir. I requested EMS to make the location to check on Benjamin's vitals to make sure he's okay. And
What about any other SAPD? Was there any SAPD? You had mentioned yesterday that your partner was there. Who was that?
Andre Taylor. Andre Taylor.
And, were there any other officers or sergeants or detectives that made the scene?
There's a detective that I requested to come out to take photos of Benjamin. Detective Patrick Hill.
Okay. And so you just said that Detective Hale took photographs. What did he take photographs of?
Of Benjamin and the apartment.
Okay. And that was the same night?
Yes, sir.
I have here what has been previously marked and tendered to the defense as States Exhibits 83 through 96. Please look through States Exhibits 83 through 96 and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
Photos of the apartment and photos of Benjamin. Photos of the locking mechanisms that were on the refrigerator and then the cabinets of the kitchen.
And are these a fair and accurate representation of Benjamin and those items in the apartment that you just described, as you saw them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer States Exhibits 83 through 96.
And no objection.
States Exhibit 83 through 96 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
And Your Honor, just a running objection as to limiting instruction.
Yes, ma'am. Did you?
I don't need it read.
Okay.
I'm just,
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay. Showing you States 83. What's visible in States 83?
That's the refrigerator and then, like I said, the locking mechanism that they had
So it's
mounted.
kind of these buckles.
Yes, on the outside.
And in States 84,
He captured the inside of the refrigerator and the freezer
now why did he take pictures of the inside of the refrigerator and freezer?
to show that there's food inside.
And that's what's in States 85, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States 86,
That's the kitchen.
and what's shown in States 87?
Yeah, that's the kitchen and there's a camera there.
and states 88.
Again, those are the locks that were placed on the kitchen cabinet, pantry.
And 89,
That's, he took it from the living room, and that's the hallway that feeds into the bedrooms and the kitchen.
okay, who's that in the mirror? Can you tell? Do you need me to show you? Can you tell?
Yes, that's Officer Taylor.
Okay, so he was in the apartment for part of this,
Yes, sir.
most of it in fact.
Yes, sir.
What is this here in the hallway?
A gate,
And what is the room that is just past the gate?
that's Benjamin and Brandon's room.
And in states 90, so this is the same family member of Miranda that you described, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is her.
I think that's Benjamin's room. I can't tell from that photo. But I believe that's Benjamin's room, yes.
If I showed you states 91, who is that?
Yes, that's Benjamin's room, and that's Brandon Jr.
Okay. States 92.
That's still Benjamin and Brandon's room.
So who is this in states 95?
Leo,
And what is that he's in?
a bed.
Can you describe the bed for me?
It's a small toddler bed that's sitting on the ground. With
What's
Mickey
this?
Mouse.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse, right?
Right.
States 94. Who is that?
That's Benjamin.
I mean, what is this that you can see here?
His bones.
I see some bones.
Okay.
States 95. I'm sorry.
Benjamin.
And in states 96.
Benjamin.
So on July the 20th, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And who is responsible for operating your body-worn camera?
I am.
And is that a device that is capable of making an accurate audio and visual recording?
Yes, sir.
Was it operating that night?
Yes, sir.
I have here what has been previously tendered to the defense as states exhibits 97 through 100. Which have been admitted by previous court.
Your Honor, no objection. Subject to the limiting instruction.
States Exhibit 97 through 100 inclusive are admitted. Your instruction, or I'm sorry, your objection is noted, Ms. Sawyers. They may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing States Exhibit 97.
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa, children's Santa Rosa? What day did y'all take them?
Not about the eyes, but about the ear. I took them like that. Was a couple months ago for the ear.
Okay, but in regards to the eyes, y'all had to take him.
I was gonna take them tomorrow.
So we can put an ice pack on his eyes and they got way better.
You saying that happened 3 days ago?
Yeah.
And she just gave me a call saying like, she had to give me a call and I'm like, I'm trying my best I can. I have other kids. I've been taking him to school, running from the shower, and she just came off to me and like moved away and like,
Who's that?
my
Who's that?
grandma, which is
His mom.
his mom. Yeah. It's hard for me to make them appointments because I don't have any association with my mom. Like, I lost full contact with her. I used to have her number and call her, and she just, and I called her to work, and they told me that she don't work there, so it's just hard for me to make them appointments when I don't have their Medicaid cards. He tried to call, and he can't do nothing about it because they need the mom's consent. That's what they told him, and
You as a dad can't.
I can't because they have her. I don't know why. I already tried it so many times. I tried putting him under a new physician and I can't because it's under Erica Flores and I need her information. I don't know her social security number. I don't even know where she lives. I cut her off because he was getting abused by her boyfriend that she's with still. That dude went to jail. I was supposed to go to court for that, but something happened with us that I couldn't even go to that court, and COVID as well.
Okay, so the incident with the eye,
Yes.
this happened either Saturday or Sunday? I'm not
Yes.
too sure when. So you're saying he went inside the closet and started poking at his eyes?
he has his bed, they all have the beds in it, and he'll go and sleep in the closet, and we'll find him in the closet, and I've already found him where he's poking his ears with toys, and and where he took all those toys away, and somehow he still manages to find other stuff, and we're like, you can't do this because when this is gonna happen, and
This is
you're gonna hurt
exactly what I said
yourself,
was gonna happen.
you're gonna hurt yourself, and you cannot be doing this, and
So then when y'all woke up and he already had these injuries like that?
Yes, no.
like his eyes were super swollen, and
First thing I had to do was get ice pack and put it on his
my eyes
eyes.
back on him, and they're already getting
They
better.
were not swollen anymore. They were worse than that.
And she said that, we're starving him, and he's obviously not starved. He's getting water.
We don't know yet. We're waiting to go through.
And I
The
think
specialist is getting him seen for that.
And
I don't really want to see my son have an issue.
yes, what?
No, he has no.
Behavioral? Yeah, in
Specialist.
August they have a behavioral, and it's called, behavioral counseling in Stone Oak. I'll give you all the address. Let me go ahead.
So he doesn't have like autism or anything like that?
No, he doesn't like.
So he functions well?
I just feel like it happened from like he's been through a bad past with my ex, and I feel like
That's
he has matches of it. I have no idea because I don't know. He was really bad when I first got him. I still have pictures of his day when I first got him.
It's right here.
That's why I gotta be cursing.
It's this one.
Yeah, you got to be
That's where you're trying to take it to for what?
Behavioral, see if they can talk to them and ask him why. Because we tried to talk to him so many times. He tried to talk to him one by one, like one-on-one. I tried to talk to him one-on-one and tell him, hey, you need to act right. You cannot be hurting yourself. Why you acting up? And he doesn't, he's has a little bit, he's kind of slow because he just answers you because when we tell him, can you answer us with a different question, he just says because
How old is he?
he's going to be 5 in September. And
What was Benjamin just saying? Stopping the video for the record at 8 minutes, 23 seconds.
He was asking his father for food or for,
What specifically?
I didn't catch it.
We'll play it again. Publishing from,
that's because
How old is he?
publishing from 8/18.
we're going to be 5 in September. Hey, you need to act right, you cannot be hurting yourself, you can, why you acting up? And he doesn't, well, he just has a little bit, you know, he's kind of slow because he just.
Did you hear what he said?
I can't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna resume from 8:18.
Because
How is it?
he's getting the 5 of September. And,
We're gonna have EMS on with him to make sure, bleeding from the ears and everything is all right, right?
yeah, and he has an ear, Dr. Sue will back take him to. They're kind of already. I took him there and he.
And what is that ear? Is that ear infection?
No, not ear infection. He poked his ear in Canada
When did that happen?
months ago, and he's scratching it on his sleeve. Let me see.
How many people in there? That's a good one.
It's, him, me, my son Leo, and our daughter. Right, and then. So,
Yeah, we got 4 kids.
That was it though.
we're both the.
That's our sister in the room.
Oh, that's my sister.
Yeah, she's a wire.
No, she comes and helps me.
So what was that Benjamin just asked? Stop in the video at 9 minutes, 24 seconds.
If you could have animal crackers.
And when he went into the kitchen, what did Benjamin do?
It looked like he was looking around for food.
And what did the defendant do?
Kind of guided him back and
Because
disappointed.
COVID and they don't let the kids in, and I have appointments and stuff like that, so she just comes and helps me watch them water.
You ever eat soup? Yeah.
So it's pausing at 9:38. What did Benjamin just say?
I didn't get it.
Starting at 9 minutes.
It's, him, me, my son Leo, and our daughter. Right, and then.
4 kids?
So,
Yeah, we got 4 kids.
That was it though.
we're both the.
That's our sister in the room.
Oh, that's my sister.
Yeah, she's a wire.
No, she comes and helps me because COVID and they don't let the kids in, and I have appointments and stuff like that, so she just comes and helps me watch them water.
You ever eat soup? Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear what he said?
He's asking him for something, but I can't hear
Does
it.
it sound like animal crackers to you?
I believe so again.
So we're stopping the video. This is at 9 minutes and 38 seconds. Would it be fair to say that at this point Benjamin Cervera has asked for food no less than 4 times?
Yes, sir.
Is there any drugs now?
I do have one of them that's put up in my closet.
Where's your idea?
ID is in my wallet, it's on my dresser.
They have an idea.
You want to go phone?
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
And the other son, Brandon, where's he?
He's taking a shower right now.
How old is he?
He's gonna be 10.
What was that?
He was in the room with that.
Well, we, down to your house, and he had, what's it called? But he has like a whole, like, it's not damaged, but he has like a scratch over it. Yeah.
Is he taking anything for that?
No.
They gave me ear drops, and those were used for 7 days, and then their key. He's gonna get seen, I believe it's in like the end of September. I'm trying to find the doctor that I go to.
Brandon, come here.
I'll start saying these,
Can we get
stopping at 11:22. What did Benjamin just say?
Dad, can I have animal crackers?
And what was the defendant's response?
We'll wait.
The cops have seen.
This is Brian.
Come here, Benji. Hey, Brandon, how are you? Is everything okay?
What are you looking at me for? Something wrong? You got me there.
I was gonna shut it off because, but I'm just gonna go to school. My summer school, because he does my summer school. He's getting started summer school.
Did you eat dinner yet? Did you eat dinner yet? Not yet? You haven't eaten?
But that's alright. I'm not even hungry because I'm full eating at school, eating hot cereals. Because all that cheese, but it's not
Dude, that's what was the last time you ate?
Oh yeah, we ate French toast too, and
Have you ever eaten?
Yes. Go to the middle.
Stopping at 12:44. Down here in the bottom left corner, get that to go away. How did Benjamin appear to you when you saw him?
He had visible injuries, a lot of bruising on his eyes and bruising on his torso. He was skinny.
What indicated to you he was skinny?
Just being able to see like his bones.
Which bones could you see? Can you see his rib cage here?
Yeah.
So, at this point, you're here to conduct a welfare check on Benjamin and Brandon, right?
Yes, sir.
And you just spoke to Brandon, you've spoken kind of intermittently to Benjamin. Did you ever speak to them outside the presence of the parents?
No.
Your partner said on the video that EMS was requested to come out, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, much of it's on the video, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What did EMS do when they arrived?
When EMS arrived, they checked Benjamin's vitals. Take them to the hospital just to come check their well-being and see if they might need need more urgent care to be taken to the hospital.
So EMS saw him and they said that we don't need to take him to the emergency room.
Correct.
Okay. I know you're in the apartment for over half an hour. After that, what are your responsibilities based on the information that you have at the time?
At that point, it was, I know it's to contact our follow-up unit and let them know basically what I've gathered at that point.
Because, I mean, like you didn't know before you arrived on scene that you would observe any injuries on Benjamin Cervera, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so, when you are, okay, you said that you had to contact a follow-up unit. Or
Correct.
you decided to contact a follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Who did you contact?
Our night CID detective.
And what is the purpose of conferring with the night CID detective? Actually, I don't think that the jury's had the night CID division explain to them. Can you please explain to the jury what night CID is?
Our night CIDs are our criminal investigative detective that works overnight. We'll contact them in the event of any kind of a felony offense that might have been committed, or we believe that might have been committed, and ask for their advice to to go further on from there.
Okay, so how does that comply with sort of what you as a patrol officer are supposed to do responding to a welfare check of a child?
How does that comply?
Yeah. Is that what you're supposed to do in that circumstance?
Yes, sir.
Don't want to go into what the detective, and you talked about specifically what he told you, but after the conversation on the case with the detective, what did the detective instruct you to do?
To notify CPS, which in any situation like this, CPS is normally called. So I notified CPS, and then he advised me to do what we call an information report. It's either going to be an information report or an offense report where we believe a crime has possibly been committed to be investigated on a later date. But at that time, he advised me to do what we call an information report.
So when you say you refer to CPS, I mean, do they conduct an independent investigation?
Yes, they do.
What about after you've done all of that? Was there anything else that you did on the 20th? Like after you made those referrals and wrote that report?
I notified the caller. The caller wanted to be contacted in regards to the outcome of the welfare check, so I called them back to notify them of my findings.
And that, at least your portion of that conversation is captured on body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
So is that the same family member who placed the initial call?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 98. I'm going to start at 30 seconds when the audio begins.
Hi, this is Officer Bettis with the San Antonio Police Department. I was looking for Carol. I was calling you back in regards to the welfare check. So you requested we called you back. Do you have any questions or?
3321, you cannot put nothing on her.
Yeah, so based off everything, we observed, obviously we did see Benjamin with injuries. And we're going based off what, obviously they're telling us and the things that they've put in place. I mean, I ran everything by our detective, and at this point, what we're doing is an information report. I've notified CPS as well, who are going to open up an investigation. And I mean, that's it. As far as the other kids that seem to be fine and healthy, there's no injuries on them. It's just really with Benjamin. And in the past, from my experience, I mean, I've seen it to where kids like that have caused injury themselves with, they display early signs of autism. I don't know if maybe that's something that he might have. They said they've set up an appointment to have him go see a counseling specialist or behavioral specialist. So they put things into place, and then the way that I guess the apartment is neat. It's not dirty. The refrigerator is full of food. So we haven't seen anything that we've been concerned of them being, malnourished or anything like that. We had EMS come out, check Benjamin. His vitals were okay. So like I said, all the information that I just explained to you, of course, is a little bit more detailed with the detectives, but at this point, we're just doing an information report at this point.
Okay. So you're explaining to family member kind of what, is that a fair summary of your investigation that you just gave her?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had said that you don't know, but that maybe there could be some autism going on.
Correct.
I mean, you're not actually, you don't have the training and experience to diagnose somebody with autism, right?
Correct.
But you had said something about, from your experience, it was possible that those injuries were inflicted by Benjamin himself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's kind of one of the reasons why it's an informational report, right?
Correct.
Because we can't identify what the source of those injuries are.
Right.
So, you had said that, well, the house is full of food. Does that mean that everyone's getting fed?
No, sir.
Does it mean everyone's getting fed the same?
No, sir.
Would you say that all of the children appeared equally nourished?
Yes, because that's the first time I'm seeing them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did any of them appear skinnier than the others?
I would say Benjamin.
You said it didn't look to you like it was signs of malnourishment, right?
Correct.
How many people have you seen with malnourishment?
In my 11 years at that time, that was the first time I've, knowing what I know after the fact, that I've seen.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and speculation.
I don't know what part is hearsay. You're asking the objection for speculation that he's speculating as to what a
What
malnourished
he knows,
person.
or he has no personal knowledge of what has actually happened to Benji. It could have only come from something he's heard from someone else's narrative.
Understood. That's sustained.
Yes, Judge, that's exactly what we're trying to establish. So you yourself, you're not a pediatrician, right?
Correct.
You're not a specialist in starvation or malnutrition.
Correct.
So you have to go on what you have from your training and experience.
Correct.
So I want to talk about kind of your overall investigation. How would you grade yourself?
Like I testified before, I believe I could have done more, or I wish I could have done more. Whether it had been pushing CPS to do, because sometimes there's a situation.
Your Honor, this calls, again, when he says he could have done more, and CPS, it calls for stuff that's outside information And he's speculating. He had all of the data at the time, and he did.
I'm going to object to sidebar.
Go ahead, Ms. Sayers.
Your Honor, I mean, the fact that at this time he's trying to say what he would have done different is based off of his conceived notion and speculation as to what other people believe happened, not what he knows.
The objection is sustained.
So, you questioned Benjamin in front of his father and stepmother, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that in compliance with SAPD policy of how you're supposed to question potential
I
complainants?
should have separated them from the parents and questioned them individually. I felt on my part on that.
What about with Brandon?
The same. I felt to remove them from the parents and question them individually.
And, I mean, do you as a peace officer have the authority to push for something more than you did? Or is this something where the detective tells you what you were going to do?
Yes, I could push for more, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And in this case, is that what you mean when you're describing about trying to get him
And
in the hospital?
again, objection, Your Honor, it's taking information that he has no personal knowledge of and trying to get a response.
Sustained.
You saw those photos, image number 28 on State's Exhibit 76 from August the 14th, almost a month after you saw him.
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that he had gained or lost weight?
He looked slim, yes, sir. I mean, he didn't gain weight, that's for sure.
And compare those to when you saw him. I mean, you saw photos that were from March and April, right?
Yes, sir.
Compared to the photos in March and April, how did he appear when you saw him?
And Your Honor, again, he is not qualified to speak to, like, he wasn't there at the image. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for him to be speculating or comparing. He didn't know him at the time. And these images, that's the province of the jury to compare the evidence, not his.
What is the relevance of what this officer believes as far as the way he looked versus the way he looked in previous photos?
Yeah, Judge, I think we should, can we approach?
Sure.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Sawyers.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. You have permission to move freely about the court.
I'm sorry. I'm going to start with the state stopped the video at 2 minutes 59 seconds, and we are on exhibit number 98.
Yeah.
I'm going to restart the video and allow you to hear the rest of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I can't speak on that. I mean, that's basically the story that they gave us, is that the injuries that we observed on him were caused by basically Benjamin. So, I mean, also, I mean, they're Brandon also says the same thing. The little kid, the little 9-year-old, says, I mean, that Benjamin does it to himself. I mean, obviously we're not there, so we don't know, but he did like have these little bite marks on his fingers, which look consistent to him biting himself. So we asked him how he did it, how he got those injuries on his fingers, and he said it was from him biting himself. And the teeth marks on it are small and they're consistent with his mouth, where it would seem like it was him that bit himself. So. Correct, yes. I can give you a case number for my case and also for the CPS if you'd like. No. So I already called CPS, I already got off the phone with them, but I was saying right now, I could give you my case number and then I could also give you the case number that CPS gave me, if you'd like. Okay, so the case number for my report is going to be SAP 21 13 9946 13 9946. And then again, my last name is Perez, Perez, and my badge number is 1688. And then the number to my substation is 210-207-8126. And then the case number for CPS is going to be, are you ready? Okay, so CPS case number is 75027733. Yes. I don't know. They prioritize everything. I don't know how they going out there. So, like I said, I mean, we've done everything on our part at this point. Yeah, and being, you know, no, I mean, obviously, if you see him, I think anybody would be concerned. What I guess gives us a peace of mind is none of the other kids are injured, and how they're still clean, they're willing, they're complying with us, they allowed us to come in, they allowed us to speak with the kid. They weren't trying to hide from us, which is, you know, I guess a good sign. And then, you know, based off what the detective was saying, I mean, he said it's not unusual for if a kid has like autism or for them to cause injuries to themselves like that. So, and that's what they're claiming that is doing, so that he's doing it to himself. Okay. Well, I mean, that obviously that's something that he would have to go to the hospital for, but I mean, as far as EMS, they come out, they obviously just, all they can do is check his vitals. They said his vitals appear to be, are normal. There's nothing, I mean, wrong with them. As far as internal bleeding, we wouldn't know unless, you know, he actually went to the hospital. Okay, no problem. Bye. Oh, Carol. Look, real quick, can you share? That's it. I'm gonna have a bunch of people on this report. What's your last name, man? Or, and your date of birth?
I'm just going to fast forward over the date of birth, and I'm going to start it back at
You're Brandon's sister, or?
55.
Okay. Okay, no, we told him it was anonymous. If you want to stay anonymous, I'll just word it that way on my report. Okay. Yeah, I forgot who he said. He said such and such call, but I don't remember who he said when we first opened the door. Maybe, I don't remember. But we told him that it was an anonymous caller concerning, for the welfare of Brandon and Benjamin. And then we just went from there. Like I said, they were compliant. They weren't being argumentative at all. So, not a problem. Okay, bye.
All right, and at this time I'm stopping the video with 7 seconds left. Would you agree that you just hang up the phone and
Yes, sir.
that's the end of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you stated earlier that you did not interview the children separately, is that correct?
Separate from the parents, correct?
But you said that there's someone else there by the last name of Hale.
Detective Hill?
If he was a detective?
Yes.
Okay. And does a detective does a detective outrank your, what are you an officer?
An officer.
A patrol
yes.
officer?
Yes, a detective's higher ranked than a patrol officer, correct?
And so they have more experience in, are they considered to have more experience or be more qualified?
It's just a higher rank, right?
Do they have to do anything special to become a detective?
But they have to take a test.
So maybe they have more training? Would that be fair?
They just take a test to get that higher rank position.
And I'm playing for you States Exhibit 100. And before I started, we verify that States Exhibit 100 is Officer Patrick Hale's body-worn camera footage.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's Detective Hill, yes.
I'm gonna fast forward to minute 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
She just actually sit down. You can sit down.
Is she hungry?
My mom was trying to crack them, but she's just around. She's a kid. And when we eat our food, she just like, I'm trying to reach there, right?
Little baby?
Yeah. She wants to.
Little babies too?
It's just, she just like Miranda Casarez.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what happens.
Benjamin Kane said that.
What are the other kids doing? He lives here as well?
Yes.
What's your son's name?
Leonidas,
Can you spell it?
Leonidas.
And his last name?
Solis, Solis.
What's his date of birth?
August 18.
Fast forward just briefly through the date of birth.
He was doing great. He just started, I feel like he had flashbacks because I had a situation with his biological mom where her boyfriend was abusing him. Erica Flores. You don't know her very well. It's 092292. Holy crap. A year ago? Yeah. Erica with the C or K? With the C.
And you would agree with me, I'm stopping the video at 6:19, that is you standing in the picture frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that your body worn camera now is overlapping with Officer Hale's
Correct.
in time.
Approximate street, so.
I really don't know. I just know the gas station that she used to work at, that's it. Because I've just been trying to keep away from her. I don't know. I didn't want her to have any contact with them. I was not in my relationship. Oh, well, because she took them away from me. She never let me have them. She completely out of their lives. Until my father had gotten a hold of them and brought them back to me. And when I got a hold of him, I had pictures of him when he was being abused by him. He had scars on his back, cigarette burnouts on him. And I did. I had this work. I went to court for it. And then when COVID hit, they said that they weren't taking any cases right now.
Yeah, the police court number for that?
I don't believe that, dude. I had to find it. But I remember this. Nobody's attorney on it.
Okay, I'm stopping at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Would you agree with me that Detective Hale pulls Brandon Jr. aside?
Yes,
And he talks to Brandon Jr.?
correct.
Miss Sarson.
Cigarette burnouts on him. And I did. I had this work. I went to court for it. And then when COVID hit, they said that they weren't taking any cases right now.
Yeah, the police court number for that?
I don't believe that, dude. I had to find it. But I remember this. Nobody's attorney on it. I had an attorney. I definitely did. Like, there was a cop searching her as well. We're not that certain.
Well, you ended up reporting that here. Is that true?
Okay, did you hear Brandon Jr. says that he was poking at his eyes?
Yes,
When Detective Hale asked him what happened to Benji's eyes?
correct.
Okay,
Come on, buddy. You come over here. See you, buddy.
It's gonna be fun.
Is it okay if we take that down? Is that okay with you, sir? Just gonna send it. You like standing up here? That's your arms? You turn? You gotta come, you gotta come here so he's opening himself up. Okay, keep turning, buddy. Are you going this way? Hold on, buddy. Just keep turning. Keep turning. Right there. Keep turning, buddy. Keep turning. Keep turning. You got it.
okay. Now, I'm stopping 8:41, do you see a lady who is now on the screen, or she stepped off, but she was just on the screen? Did you see that
Yes.
lady? And she's with EMS?
Yes.
Okay.
Looking straight over here. And you're poking your eye, I don't see any redness on the white of his eyes or anything. It seems to be on the outside. Look up there. Have you taken him to the doctor for this first time?
Yes, we did. When they
No, not the eyes yet.
Oh, no, yeah, no, not the eyes, just the ears, sorry. But we just been putting an ice pack on his eyes.
Yeah, they're taking him tomorrow to the It's all red. Left to him.
Yeah, the knot on his head.
Put his head on the ground.
We put these on his body because
When did you take him to the doctor? Thank you, buddy.
For the ears?
Ears, I took him to and he's seen a specialist for his ears.
Okay. So you seen a specialist for his ears?
Yes. And I was gonna take him tomorrow.
Did they give you any medication for it?
Yes, they gave me ear drops, but that was used for 7 days, and then they're gonna see him back at, I believe
We gotta check what they call it.
I believe it's at the end of September. Because I know that he said that he had a lot of dry blood in his ear, and they wanted to see if it would come out and.
He's got bruising in his arm, so I got that.
Where he's already, like next month on the 27th, he has a behavioral class. Because he's always hitting his head on the ground.
Did CPS get involved with this yet?
No.
I'm stopping it at 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. Now, would you agree with me that Detective Hale was not present when Miranda initially told you all about the doctor's appointments that were scheduled?
Correct.
Okay, so she's having to tell a second person.
Yes.
So who was assigned to the behavioral class?
I did. I made the appointment and,
Sorry.
I have it on my phone.
Thank you.
But she signed up for on the thing. But I'm gonna back to B10. But Mom, yeah.
Baby, okay?
Is it a clinic or is it?
It's a counseling and behavioral center. Yeah.
He's attempting to make the plan.
Yeah. No, he already has an appointment.
It's already set.
Yes. I tried to make it earlier, but they said that they're all booked and that the earliest they have is August 27th. And he has an appointment. And he also has an appointment in September to go see the doctor. And I tried to make it earlier. I already called them, yes, to see if,
The current physician would be.
yes, to like have a checkup with him and
You got
stuff.
doctor? You know, do you have that information? You go there, show.
It's little buddies and
Yeah, it's the little buddies that we always go to.
You know, I got this on his arm.
No.
And did you just hear Brandon Jr. say that Little Buddies is the one we always go to?
Yes.
Okay, and Little Buddies is a doctor
Yeah. I believe so. Doctor's office.
that Miranda is saying she's been trying to make appointments with.
Right.
I don't. You don't know the name of the doctor?
Lewis, Ames, I don't remember her first name, but I don't know.
And also they have.
Yes, they eat French toast. That was around like 5:30.
Husband, wife?
Yeah.
Married?
No, not married.
But you consider yourself married? Yeah. Okay. And then you said you're the father to?
And my little girl.
And your husband? And then he?
His mom.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm gonna be
You
20
sure?
And he is.
Are we scared?
He's
Here,
not.
one more time. Are we scared of the joke? One more time. No one in the room, hold still.
The baby.
Wait, I'll be listening. Can you show us now?
Yeah.
No, you can wait right there, buddy. Hello.
Hi.
You bring the child up here to the front? And how are you related?
Sister to Miranda.
Your what sister?
I'm her sister.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You got a nice setup there.
This
You
is
watch
over.
cartoons?
Yeah,
Oh,
little sensory videos for the baby.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that happened.
She can record.
I need them. I need sensory videos for myself. I didn't know that happened.
This one.
Sorry, I'm gonna stop the video. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. I wanna. Okay, at 13:04, the Detective Hale's video shows that there's a calendar on the wall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and photos were taken, and it captures this calendar, correct?
I believe so. I'm not too sure what photos he took. Yeah.
But the photos of that time period, there were photos taken that day.
Correct.
I need sensory videos for myself. They were good people. Make sure they'll come back. Thank you.
She's trying to talk.
I'm just trying to get everything straight. Your daddy to baby? Yes. You baby?
This one.
This guy here, and that guy here. And then this is your child. You think the baby this way? And your sister lives with you?
No, she just stays here when to help me with appointments and stuff.
Is it okay if I look in your picture?
Yes.
I just go over CPS. Can you look over there?
When we're asleep.
And I'm gonna stop it at 14 minutes, 51 seconds. Did you see the locks on the cabinets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree with me that your arrival at 3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment number 1, on July 20th, 2021 was unannounced, right? They didn't know you were coming.
They didn't know I was going to occur.
Okay. And so when you come into the apartment, you can see that all of the cabinets none of them are locked up, even though they have locking mechanisms, correct?
Correct.
And at this stage in the video, at 15 minutes and 50 seconds, you are conferring with Detective Hale and EMS?
Yes, ma'am. We're just discussing about what we have there, what we've observed up at that point.
Horizon, Cervera.
Can I talk to that for
Yes.
Okay, I'm stopping it at 17 minutes and 13 seconds. Can you tell me, in addition to the female EMS, are there 3 other EMS there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. Hey. Just wait a minute.
First it started off with him peeing in his underwears. He wasn't wearing it. It was him peeing in his underwears. Every time he would try to go out or something, he would be peeing on him. He wanted to say that he wanted to go pee. He has underwears on right now because we just put underwears on him. Because we're trying to, we told him he's going to school, he needs to be in that, he needs to be in underwears. It started with him peeing on himself and pooping on himself. So that's why we put him in diapers. And then it started, and then it went on to him hitting his head and telling me that, talking back and just not listening.
And what was this?
And this, okay, we were here and watched. And he was already peeing on himself and when it got the odor from him. And then, we turned March, April.
You moved in March of this year?
Yes.
Okay, and this is when you say you started?
And then, because April, being like, how would you say it? How would you,
What are your best, however best you can define it?
went from them talking back
Okay.
to both of us.
Talking back to both of you, that was when?
This, I would say this was back in April.
March, April, you said?
April.
In April? What happened in March?
Nothing. You just him peeing on himself, it started off with
In
that.
March it was pink.
Yes, it started with that.
Then in April, you started talking back?
Yes. And then it went on to him, if he didn't get his way, even still, like today at HB, we were at this HB right here, and he, I don't know what, it's weekend, because I was wanting bread. He asked for bread, we tell him no, to throw fit. And today, he bit my hand because I told him no, he wanted a whole loaf of bread at HB. I told him no. On my hand. It was way earlier, but
Yeah.
like,
But where on your hand did you bite you?
right here. And,
But I don't see any more.
yeah.
So you were okay?
Yeah, I was
You didn't
fine.
get the skin or anything like that? Okay.
And then I told him no because he wanted a whole loaf of bread. Because I had him sitting in the front, because if I had him sitting in the back, he likes to stand up, and one time he fell out because he was standing up, I kept trying to sit down, and,
I'm gonna stop it at 21 minutes and 1 second. In the background, can you see another officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Officer Taylor,
Okay, and who is he speaking with?
I believe he's talking to EMS over there. I'm not-
Can you see Brandon Jr.? Right here, with the blue shirt?
No, I can see it now, yeah.
Okay, and so he's speaking with Brandon.
This is at HB still in the, in the
this is
basket?
the HB.
In the basket or what?
Yes.
Okay.
I have him in the front, because I have him in the back and stand up. And, so going back to,
So what do y'all do when he doesn't listen or anything?
we put him, we don't spank them, they don't know what the hell is. And I feel
does he have a camera in here? What do you?
Because we watch him at night.
Watch you.
At night, because that's where we have all these boxes. And even last night, we just put these boxes on because.
That's our weird test.
Yeah, no, it's not fun.
Somebody calls and we have to make each other.
It's fine. No, that's why all these boxes are on. And
Which is good.
yeah, we're
Those are the
getting
things that I
more.
look at and make sure.
We're getting more for these.
So your concerns are the alarms from the camera are for him?
Yes.
Who does he sleep with?
He sleeps in their room. With his brothers. Is it final? Is it
Yeah, you can do that. Thank you.
She's asking what did you eat?
Did you just hear Brandon say, Benji, she's asking, what did you eat? As he came into the frame?
I heard him say something, I didn't catch what he said.
Okay. And then, let me back up.
She's asking what did you eat?
Okay, did you hear Brandon say, Benji, she's asking, what did you eat? Did you hear that?
Yes,
And did you hear Benji respond, animal crackers?
I heard animal crackers, correct.
Okay. And so EMS is asking her, because she's the only she there, right? Y'all, besides Miranda and her sister, which it's the EMS. Do you know her name?
I don't.
Okay, I apologize. But she's asking questions about what the child is eating, correct?
Objection calls for speculation and calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it's part of the video. You can hear her voice.
I'll overrule it only as to statements that we can hear on the video. Otherwise, the objection is sustained. But if it's been admitted into evidence through the video, I'll overrule it.
I'll just replay the video.
She's asking what did you eat?
Animal crackers for dinner? No. That was a snack.
That was snack.
Yeah.
there's a lot, like, you don't put nothing down here, you know?
Yeah, when I see the guys refrigerator in the pantry,
He wakes up at night, and it's always around 12 o'clock. Because they go to sleep early because they have, you know, I have to take him to school, and his school is 30 minutes away, so I don't know.
and he doesn't go to school. What's his name?
He's, which one?
Golden.
Benjamin. He should be going to school this coming
What's
August.
Benjamin's last name?
Cervera. Cervera. He should be going to school August 9th. I'm hoping. I want him to get better, and I already told the
So
teacher.
he started in March, in
Yes.
April, he started talking back.
Yes, and then I went to him banging his head on the ground, and I'm like, you cannot be doing this, if you're gonna get, you know, if you're gonna get hurt, it's gonna hurt your head. And we talked to him one-on-one, you know, Dad got with him, I
And
got
then
with
his
him.
ear, what happened?
He poked his ear with his toy, and, the toy got his foot leg, and they had, you know.
And then his eyes?
His eyes, he was, the other eye, this eye situation,
Look up my pen. Get this out of my pen.
and that's why I'm taking him tomorrow, because he's been like,
Did you notice how he had a hard time following the pen? With his eyes?
Yeah, I guess having a hard time listening to the instructions, correct?
Or just visually seeing it?
Object calls for speculation, Judge.
Overruled, you can answer, you know.
When the pen moves, would you agree with me that his eyes are not tracking? Let me ask this. Do you get any special training in like HGN?
I do,
And that's horizontal gaze nystagmus?
correct.
And y'all do that in DWI?
Correct.
Object to relevance, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead.
You do that in DWI investigations?
Correct.
And you're trained on kind of observing the eye and if it's tracking your stimulus, correct?
Yes,
And your stimulus being generally like a pen or a light or something?
correct.
Okay.
Look up my pen. Get this out of my pen.
And that's why I'm taking him tomorrow, because he's been like, he's been like.
Did you notice that his eyes were really following the pen?
Right, I don't know whether or not he wasn't, it's the eyes or he's just not following instructions.
Okay.
Right now he walks fine, but he's been bumping into walls and stuff. I want to take him tomorrow so he can get his eyes checked, because he's just been.
So she now is informing Detective Hale that she's observed the child bumping into walls, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that she needs to get his eyes checked.
Yes.
What do you think happened to his eyes?
I don't know, because this happened at night. He woke up.
When did you first notice on his eyes?
This was like 3 days ago.
3 days ago?
I got you the day before, but that day.
So 3 days ago you noticed that?
Yes. We woke up that morning, and his eyes were, both of them were super swollen, and they were like, so we put ice packs on them, and they got better. And we just noticed that, like, he has his bed
So
in
you
there.
said his eyes were completely swollen?
Yes.
Swollen shut?
Yes, like, you can see part of it, but like,
Yeah, but when he went to
all
bed,
around
were
was.
they like that?
No, they were
So
not
it
like
just
that.
went from
Yes.
3 days ago, he goes to bed, he was fine.
Yes.
He wakes up and his eyes are all perfectly
Yeah,
shut. Were they purple already?
They were like skinny purple, but you can tell like where like it was all like going right here and like up
What
here.
time did you wake up that morning?
We wake up at we like around 7, almost 8ish,
Okay.
and I was like, did you see
When you
this?
noticed that, you put ice packs on?
Yes,
All right,
immediately.
what else did you do?
And we just put ice pack. We just put an ice packs on him, and they got.
For the last 3 days?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're getting better. And
Did you think about taking him to the doctor when you saw that on him?
yes.
Did you call the doctor that 3 days ago?
I called. That's why I called I didn't call the doctor, but I did call the behavioral, and I told them like, hey, like he looks like this, and I'll see him sooner, and they're like.
Now, the behavioral doesn't treat medical, right? It just treats like medical type stuff.
And counseling.
So who told you about the behavioral place?
I looked it up because, I'm like, something has to be wrong with him. And we can get it out. Maybe, him seeing other people can get, whatever's bothering him out. Cause like Dad, I don't know if you heard of Dad, but he said that when they were living with their mom.
Listen, man. Benjamin, that's your name, right? Come here, Benjamin. Come here, Benjamin. Yeah. I'll sit you up there, you can see better, okay? So, how old are you? How old are you? Hey, go back. You're 4 years old? Wow, you're getting to be big. So, what happened to your eyes? Huh? You punched them? Poked them with what? What'd you poke them with? With your hands? Can you show me, but don't poke them hard? Right there, close your eye. Close your eyes. What is your eyeball here? Your eyeballs are falling right there? Oh, where did you poke them at? Wait, how did you poke them in the hand? Benjamin, look at me. Benjamin, how did you poke them in the hand? With your knee? So what happens to your head right here? Benjamin, look at me. Benjamin, look at me. What happened to your head right here? Right there.
On the floor.
I didn't hear you.
On the floor.
You know what?
On the floor.
On the floor?
You got your head on the floor?
How his head on the floor?
How'd you get your head?
You are. Oh, where's my baby?
Yeah.
Listen to her.
How'd you fall? Did you trip on something or?
Oh.
Now, did you just see Benjamin grab baby food or some type of food item?
Correct.
And you saw the EMS, female EMS, take it from him and put it back down?
Yes.
Okay, and so, would you agree with me, she wasn't trying to withhold food from him at this point, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
That's sustained. Ms. Sawyers?
Yeah. Actually,
If you guys want to approach her.
Put your hand right here, go like this. What happened right there? How did you bite him, sir? Bite everything next to him. Okay, and this way? That's about this side first. And this one? What did you do there? You bit them too? Show me how you bit those. Like that, like that. And then what happened over here? Look at me. Why did you bite them? Because why? Don't look at the berries. Why did you bite them? No, not right now.
It's for baby.
Why did you bite them? Benjamin, why did you bite them? Why did you bite your fingers? Real hard? And then where did you poke your eyes at? Show me whereabouts you poked your eyes. Show me how you poke your eyes. How? How do you poke your eyes? How hard where? What part of your eye? At the top of your eye? Did you see that purple right here? You got purple right there? Okay. Did you see the purple marks right there? Have you looked in the mirror? Okay, let's go find her. Show you. Everybody. You want to show me where? Is it okay, Ryder?
Oh, my sister's in there.
Oh. Come here, Benjamin. I'm sorry, man. See your eye? How did you get like that? What happened? How? Where? Show me where you poked it.
Oh, my eyeballs falling right there.
Your arm bone was falling right there?
My eyeballs
Okay.
falling.
Okay, but then how did you get this purple right here? You poked it? Okay, then how'd you get this on your head? We'll see. What happened right there? What happened right there? Feel it?
You see it, I can see it.
Yeah, but you can feel it.
You feel
Feel
that?
that bump, feel that bump.
What happened right there?
You hear my head
On what?
on the floor.
On the floor?
Who did?
Thanks, man.
And I'm stopping it at 32 minutes. And at this time, Your Honor, I think this would be a good stopping spot.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:30. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We are going to take a 1-hour break for lunch. Please remember my instructions. Do not look up or research anything about this case or anything you may have heard during the course of the trial. Do not read or listen to any media accounts of this trial or speak to anyone about any media accounts. Do not read or engage with any online comments that may be associated with this trial, and do not speak to anyone about the case, including yourselves. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good lunch. We'll see you in 1 hour.
All rise for the jury.
You've seen it. You've lived it. You've prepared for it. Droughts, hurricanes, annoying pop-up storms. There's nothing you can't handle because the trusted Weather Authority is always tracking ahead of time, always looking inside the storm, and always where you need us most, keeping you informed, keeping you safe. Expect more with the KSAT 12 Weather Authority.
So I think Steve is funny. You're in bed or you're in pain, something silly can make you laugh. I don't think maybe they realize how they can impact people. I just wanted to tell them thank you.
Go behind the game with the BGC app. More interviews with pivotal players and coaches. More pregame insights and postgame highlights. Premier games are streaming live. And of course, we've got the scores. The BGC app, powered by Christus Children's.
We've asked you to share your pictures on KSAT Connect, and boy, did y'all deliver. When a cool cumulonimbus cloud showed up around sunset, we received so many great pictures. See something cool? Snap, share, and make it on air with KSAT Connect.
Download the KSAT Weather Authority app today. New hyper-local push alerts, cutting-edge radar, streaming appcasts, and as always, KSAT's trusted meteorologists create every forecast. Download today.
San Antonio traffic will have you seeing red, but a better start to your day is knowing exactly what it looks like. Every morning, GMSA takes you on the highways, searching for the free lanes and finding backups even cameras can't see. And it goes beyond rush hour, from construction to road closures. This is going to be one of our trouble spots right now. GMSA Traffic Authority keeps you ahead of the turn. Everything looks pretty good. Wake up with GMSA and make your day better.
It's your community.
This is where the people are.
It's the issues you face day in and day out.
People are being priced out of their homes.
It's your story told by you. KSAT 12's continued dedication to give you a voice with Know My Neighborhood. Stream all the episodes online and get a never-before-seen look inside the different neighborhoods that make up our home.
Continue to have conversations that really uplift the stories of everyone.
Only on KSAT 12.
KSAT Connect is getting wild. Giant caterpillars, a living stick, lazy squirrels. Who's visiting your yard and what are they up to? Whether it's a strange bug or a gang of turkeys, share your critter pics with KSAT Connect.
When I went to the hospital, they told me that I had COVID and pneumonia. I ended up in and out of the hospital for about a year. Honestly, if I didn't have KSAT 12, I would have been completely separated. So I think Steve is funny. You're in bed or you're in pain, something silly can make you laugh. I don't think that maybe they realize how they can impact people. I just wanted to tell them thank you.
Educators do so much for our children, and you can give them the honor they deserve. Go to ksat.com or scan this QR code to nominate that special someone to be our Educator of the Month. The winner receives a $500 Visa gift card from First Smart Credit Union.
Good morning, San Antonio. Every day, you make our city better.
Start with the most accurate radar, forecasting your day down to where you are.
And your traffic authority will have you in the know before you go.
Wake up with GMSA and make your day better.
Tell me about these cuties.
This is where you want to be.
Don't miss out on all the food, fun, and excitement. Stay connected with SA Live on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. SA Live, celebrating San Antonio.
be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Sawyers, if you'd like to continue, please.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I'd like to continue playing the rest of Hale's video. We left off at 32 minutes and 06 seconds. I'm just going to restart it at that spot.
And what happened right there? You did what? How did you hurt yourself right there? Huh? How did you hurt yourself right there? You did what? This is consistent with like, and it's not You wanna show me where you sleep? You wanna show me where you sleep? Where you sleep? Where, you wanna show me? Which one? Where is it? Oh, that one? So you pull it out? You pull that out and you sleep on it? Who sleeps in here? Nobody? Okay.
She said that. And Dad said he does that. So both of it.
It's contrary to
Maybe.
But he said he took it all over.
He did say in there. It's not right. So he says, twice I heard him actually say that.
It's like really fun. What, random?
What's it? So they have the eyes like that. Yeah. But.
You suspect that's where the blood came from the home there?
Because he actually, when he was sitting there with his dad, he actually went and said that Brandon grabbed him and he showed this. Not this. What did he do? He said he did. So he turned it and I hit the wall.
You say that from that? Yeah.
So I asked him Brandon was.
Got called for this one chick that fell off her bike a few weeks back, and when we got her, people knocked her head, her eyes went like that, and then a couple days later, she went on the news to say thank you, and both her eyes were exactly like it. It happens on these
Thank you.
So there's something to think about.
Yeah. Trying to do my best to just make sure that we don't remember the wrong person facing more than what they need to. Thanks for your help.
So you good with us?
Yes, your vitals are all good.
Vitals are good.
Awesome.
All are good. He's acting normal.
Okay, we'll figure it out from there. For y'all, probably, you know, what she told you, the other boy was straight at it. Thank you. Again, come off this so in case you have to call him back or anything. He has mentioned TMS from the dad that their Brandon, which is the kid, knocked him down or pushed him, he hit his head, and caused that bump on his head. TMS believes and thinks that.
Now, I'm stopping it at 36 minutes and 25 seconds. Is Officer Hale informing you that Brandon Jr. Pushed Benji and Benji fell and hit his head?
Yes, he's advising me of what he gathered.
Right. Because there's two Brandons in this case, correct?
Correct.
Brandon Sr.
And Brandon Jr.
Brandon Jr. And not to be confused, at no point was there an accusation that Brandon Sr. had pushed the child into the ground or hit his head.
Correct.
You ever need something? Just call him. Just call him on me, right?
Figure it out. One of the teachers, when I first got here to Texas, one of the teachers' name was Pettis, and I was like, I see the teacher bus, I see Perez, but I don't see a Pettis.
Where'd you get here from, right?
Yeah.
Where'd you get here from?
I'm originally from Wisconsin, so I know all the German names.
We don't have too many, but we have a lot of Germans in the area. Bronxville.
And Loudoun was another one. How do you spell Loudoun?
Yeah, have a good one. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. That's big thing. Find the road up there. Yeah. So, and then I was explaining to the detectives and he's like, everything that I explained to him when I first got whatever. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. He said, he's not surprised. I mean, if the kid's something wrong with him, maybe autistic or whatever, and they're setting up counseling, he's not surprised to see that kind of behavior from an autistic kid. It's very common. And I explained to him how they have all those safety measurements in place. There's food. Nobody else has, injuries and stuff like that. So he said if you could snap photos of the apartment, how they have it, and then snap photos of the kid. But we're just gonna do an info. And that's it. And I always see a call CPS. But I'll probably need a minute because they're gonna ask a couple of questions. Yeah, he's got my phone. Does he? He does have? Yeah, I'm right here. Okay. So how does that happen? He goes up by, he showed me, and it's consistent. The teeth marks. Okay. Biting the backwards. Okay. So that's consistent, and the bump is consistent with their saying that. When you see the kid at first, you're like, oh shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's why when I saw that, I said, let me feel this head in case he's sure. All right, we've got my camera. Yeah, I'm gonna let them know what you're gonna, why you're taking photos of everything. Sounds good.
Stopping it at 39 minutes and fast forwarding to .48 minutes and 18 seconds. And before I start it, let me ask you, would you agree with me that you did a thorough investigation when you were called out for your welfare check?
I did my investigation that day, correct? Yeah.
And the child was interviewed outside the presence of the parents, correct? By Detective Hale.
I wouldn't say out of the presence, but they were nearby.
And his responses as Detective Hale and yourself both acknowledged were consistent with the injuries y'all were observing, correct?
Yes.
And I'm starting with
Tackle all our bases on. Thank you for talking to us, sir.
Yes, of course.
at 49 minutes and 26 seconds. Can you see Benji in the photo? Sitting at the table?
Yes.
Okay, and he has a milk,
Yes.
and he'll be eating at the table?
I believe when I came back, he was eating. Correct.
Yeah, if he's gonna read something to you real quick. He'll explain it to you.
It's 3031.
We'll just sit around it and enjoy some stuff. That way it comes out again. Finally, he said, yeah, you got some more spring on it. So that's cool. And now it reads out. I just got another shot to put it in there. I just got that. Put it in the one for that. It's a $45. This one is that's funny. In the eyes and stuff, I'll see right in the intersection. That's the what is that? I saw some contraction. I'll see it. It's just like, we're just doing this stuff and basically the word sliding with it.
It's just how we can snap photos. We just set right here.
Okay, and at 51:23, I'm stopping. Did you hear Benji ask his dad if he's tired?
Yes.
And what does Brandon say?
I didn't hear his response.
All right, but the child is indicating he's tired, correct?
Yes.
And the reason I'm going to take photos is it'll help you because usually we go somewhere, there's a mess, there's no food, there's like places. We want to show that your house is fine. And
Yes, sir. Yeah, of course.
I appreciate that.
You want to take a picture of him or you
I'm going to take this first and then I'll take that. Thank you, sir.
Did you know what he was saying, what Benji was saying there?
I think he's telling that I want to lay down.
And okay, so would you agree at this time that Brandon's telling him that he can't go to bed, he has to wait?
I can't hear what they're saying, but at this point,
You couldn't hear that?
No, I couldn't.
Yeah.
pictures? Yeah, cool. Alright, tell him we'll have him move a little bit that way. Now you stand where he was standing, okay? Right there, no, right there. Perfect. Smile. Awesome. You smile pretty? Good. Let's see. That's a good picture. Look at that. Awesome. Can you put your hands like this for me? Show me where you bit your fingers. Right there? So put it like this. I just want to see it right there. Now the other one. One more. There you go. Man, you're good. So move. Your hand. Okay. Now turn that way. Face that way. Okay, now look at me. Reach arm like this. Something like that.
Do the muscle, man.
All right. Like this.
Strong muscle. Show your muscle.
There you go. Up more. There. Perfect. Now the other one. That's big muscles. Okay. Turn that way. Keep turning. Again. What happened to your side right there? Okay. Lean the other way. Lean that way. Turn this way.
You ready, Bob?
Lean this way a little bit. Right there. Now you're going sideways like this. The other way. The other way. There you go. Let's see right there.
Alright, you're very close to the half, your son. The hammer.
What happened right there? Right here, look. Look at me. Right there on your side. What happened right there? Right here. Right this way. Right there. Can't see. See this picture right there?
What happened to your hip right here? The table scratched it. The who?
You speak child, don't you?
Well, you said the table scratched the table.
No. Zeus. I'm sorry, but you speak child. You should translate for child. I speak Spanish, so I translate child.
Who scratched you? The diaper. Oh, your diaper. Your Paw Patrol diaper? I'm watching wearing diapers.
Can you wear that just a little bit? Now pick your arm up, buddy. Listen. Are you allergic to it or something? That would seem like it would be right at the spot where the diaper sits and turns around. Bend forward a little bit.
Hey,
bend forward a little bit.
What diapers is he using now? No, what kind of diapers?
They're going short, just a little bit. So I can see where it goes right around.
It's not church. New Life for Regeneration, right here on the east side. They help me out with diapers and stuff. And they just,
Perfect. That will show the pattern that it looks like it's more of a, yeah, it goes consistent with that.
Oh, yeah. They're, I bought those, this is one of my ones.
Yeah, and I'm not a doctor, sir, but if anybody ever in the future says, hey, what do you think this is consistent with that? My opinion is consistent with that. The marks on his knuckles, to me, is consistent with him biting his own hands. Somebody else might go different, but that's my opinion.
He gets that from me. I'm on the gas and
Yes.
C.A.
And your first name? Miranda? Miranda. Okay. And your date of birth?
October 7th, 98.
And your phone number?
708 4635.
What is your husband's last name?
Cervera.
Cervera? With a C or an S?
C-E-R-V-R-A.
Cervera. And his first name?
Brandon.
Brandon.
August 18, 95.
You should have a birthday. You should have a birthday.
And I'm going to stop it at 1 hour and 52 seconds. There's only 1 minute and 52 minutes left, or 52, sorry, that's all. But there's only 1 minute and 52 seconds left, correct? And Benjamin has left the room?
Correct.
All right, so during Hale, what we saw on Hale, you would agree with me that Brandon Sr. was cooperative, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't interrupt the child when the child was speaking, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't trying to hide any answers through interrupting him, correct?
Correct.
And he waited to let the child speak and repeat even what he said several times, correct?
He assisted. Correct.
Okay. And each time the child is asked about something, the child is able to at least communicate in his own words what his experience was, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state has admitted State's Exhibit 76. Is there a special way to get that up?
You just gotta put it in this drive.
And it'll work. Okay. And to be fair, you have only seen Benjamin on July 20th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
But you're familiar with what he looked like on July 20th, 2021.
Right.
And just to make sure I'm opening the right thing.
Yeah, it's that.
Okay,
So
I don't.
open that and then it's the next folder.
Okay. Didn't want to go
It's
open.
You want to go to the PDF?
The
Okay.
PDF. Right there, yeah.
Okay, I'm in the way. Would, Your Honor, can I maybe see if I can move back a little bit? Or maybe I can go to the side.
You can do what you need to.
I hope we can close the bookmarks too. X right there.
Okay. And I want to walk through each of these photos. So the first photo number 1, can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it states that it's created on April 9th, 2021.
I'm going to object to ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead. And, okay, and as you mentioned, this is their full family, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you weren't there that day, were you?
No.
Okay. And, but all 4 kids are together,
Yes.
correct? I'm gonna ask, do I just?
Yeah, exit out and then
Okay.
the PDF should still be open.
Perfect. All right, and then I'm showing you what is photo number 2, and it says it's created on April 9th, 2021. Do you see that?
I see the date, correct.
And you see that this is a photo of Leo, Brandon Jr., and Benji, correct?
Yes,
And they're all 3 together.
yes.
I'm showing you what is photo number 3, and it is saying that it was created on April 9th, 2021.
There's a created date and a captured date, yes.
And this is just a photo of Benji, correct?
Yes.
And he looks happy?
In the photo, yes.
Yeah. And you would agree with me that photo number 4 was created again on 4/9/2021?
Yes.
And he's blowing bubbles, correct?
Correct.
All right. And photo number 5 was created on April 26, 2021.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I don't know what it just happened. Okay, and here it's a photo of Benji, and he's wearing a slam dunk shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's not wearing pants, he's wearing shorts, right?
Yes.
And a short sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And that's Leo right next to him?
Yes.
So he's not by himself, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you, okay, on photo number 6, would you agree that that was from May 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And would you agree that that shows Benji at a table?
You have to ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled, it's cross-examination.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize this photo as being similar to that table?
Yes.
Okay. And the item of clothing that Benji is wearing here, he's wearing there?
It's a blue shirt similar to that one.
Yeah. And in fact, earlier today, you had an opportunity to review that photo, correct?
The photos you presented to me, yes.
And you said that you recognized Benji in there?
Correct.
And that if you need to refresh your recollection, but that, would you agree with me that photo also came from May 16th, 2021?
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation, Judge.
You can establish if he knows, Ms. Sawyers, I'll let you, but I'm going to sustain the objection as...
I don't know that it came from May 16th. You were showing me the date, and I agreed with the date that you showed me. That's correct.
And every other time that you've testified to the dates,
Right.
you've been able to read a cell
Correct.
record? Okay. And you reviewed this earlier today, and establish that the
Judge,
photo...
I want to object to showing the officer an item that hasn't been marked or identified.
I'll mark it. Did you have that photo?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21A. And do you recall reviewing that report with me earlier today?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree with me that it's a cell right report?
What do you mean?
Well, it's the same type of report that you were just reviewing on the screen.
The same photo?
Well, it's the report I'm asking about
No,
right now.
this portion of it, yes.
Yeah, and that it contains links in there to a photo, correct?
Correct.
And when I asked you to review it, you were able to review it, correct?
I was able to see the dates, yes.
And you were able to confirm that the date of that photo matched the date 5/16 of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you think you wouldn't want to mislead the jury into believing that the child was not eating, correct?
Correct.
And so it'd be important if there's evidence that shows that the child has food and is being fed.
Yes.
Did you understand we're here on a starvation case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing State Defendant's Exhibit 21 and asking for it to be admitted.
Judge, Defendant's Exhibit 21 has not been authenticated. We don't know the source of it. We don't know what the document contained in document 21A that is purported to authenticate this, where that came from, what that date that he is saying, she is saying, asking him, is that associated with? We have no understanding of where that comes from.
Can you guys approach, please?
may be seated.
Ms. Sawyer, you may continue. Thank you.
All right, and so I'm asking that defendants exhibit 21, excuse me, 19, let me just back up. Exhibits 21 be admitted.
Only exhibit 21?
Just for right now.
Defendants exhibit, I'm sorry, state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendants exhibit 21 is admitted.
Okay. And looking at defendants exhibit 21, would you agree that it was also on May 16th, 2021? That goes along with, looks like it's the same day.
It would appear that it's the same day.
And I'm now showing you what is State's Exhibit 7. And would you agree with me that that's on May 23rd, 2021?
Correct.
And that that is a photo of the room in which Benji and Leo were staying.
Correct.
And that they both have identical beds.
Yes.
And that when we watched Hale's video, you heard why Benjamin's bed was no longer there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because he had had diarrhea and it had gotten on it.
Right.
Okay. So the two boys appear to be treated equally, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been the photo number 8, and it is on, would you agree, June 4th, 2021?
Correct.
All right. And here, would you agree with me, it's a Benji,
Yes.
and he's standing up in a car,
Yes.
and he has a blue and white striped shirt,
Yes.
and his arms are showing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, there's nothing, I mean, would you agree with me that by revealing his body, everybody's able to see it who would have come into contact with Benji that day, correct?
Yes.
If he's wearing this outfit.
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 9 is also from 6/4/2021. And again, that's Benji, correct?
Yes.
Same shirt.
Yes.
Showing you what State's Exhibit 10, and it's from June 6, 2021.
Yes.
And well, I didn't do anything differently, so I'm not sure what happened. But do you see this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell who it is from the photo?
Benjamin.
Okay. And were you there that day when this photo was taken?
No.
And so you have no idea what's actually happening in this photo, correct?
No.
All right. And you also don't know who else is there when this photo is taken,
Correct.
but it came from Miranda's phone?
I believe that's a
Check calls for speculation.
Sustained, if he does not know that, is that sustained?
I'm not sure, but I believe that's the photo that they pulled from her phone.
That they pulled from her phone? Because that's the Cellbrite records that you were referring to review before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm showing you what State's Exhibit 11, and it's taken on June 9th, 2021.
Yes.
And And you would agree that you see Miranda in the photo,
Yes.
as well as Mariah as the baby?
Yes.
And who's in the background?
Benjamin.
Okay. And photo number 12 is from, you would agree, 6/10/2021.
Yes.
And who is in the photo?
Benjamin and Mariah.
Okay, and can you tell if the baby's there? In the mirror?
I can't see from the.
You can't see from here? Okay. And then photo number 13 is from 6/17, correct?
Yes.
And it's all 4 kids together, right?
Yes.
And they're wearing, the older kids are wearing similar shirts.
Correct.
Someone took the time to coordinate them, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, on the next photo, photo number 14, June 21st, 2021, showing you that photo. And this is Benji, right?
Yes.
Okay, you weren't there when this photo was taken.
No.
And you don't know if Brandon was there when this photo was taken, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who was there when this photo was taken.
No.
And you don't know what's going on before or after this photo was taken, do you?
No.
Now, showing you what's been marked, or is indicating photo 15, and it's from, would you agree, June 25th, 2021?
Yes.
And it's a photo of Benji.
Yes.
He's sitting at a dinner table,
Correct.
and he has a drink in front of him, correct?
Right.
And it looks like it, a place to eat, correct?
I have.
Oh, it looks like IHOP, okay. And what, do you see the bottle in the picture? This handle right here?
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a bottle, but I see the handle. Yes.
Okay. Did you see what he was drinking out of on 7/20/21 when I asked you about the milk?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar in appearance, would you agree?
It was a red object, yeah, similar to that. Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you photo 16 from, you would agree, July 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And now we're a few days difference, week or so, maybe 2, and he's again wearing that same tank top that you saw in the previous photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also saw Brandon Jr. in that picture,
Yes.
correct? Now I'm showing you what's been marked as 17, photo 17, and it came from July 24th, 2021.
Yes.
And this is a, would you agree with me, a picture of Benji, Leo, and Miranda's sister?
Yes.
Okay. And he's smiling and happy.
He's smiling.
You see his teeth?
Correct.
Yeah. And you see photo number 18. Would you agree it came from July 26, 2021?
Yes.
And now in this photo, you see Leo and Benji, correct?
Yes.
And they're 2 years apart?
I don't remember Leo's age.
Okay. I'll have to check. And he has on clean, new tennies, or they appear to be pretty new.
He has some shoes, yes.
And a nice outfit.
protected relevance?
It goes to care and clothing.
Overruled. You can answer, sir.
Yes.
Has his hair done as well?
Yes.
And that next photo is on number 19, July 26, 2021. And this is just Benji by himself, right?
Correct.
And this is 6 days after you saw him.
Yes.
And then number 20 is would you agree, is from July 30th, 2021?
Yes.
And it shows Benji.
Yes.
Now it looks like he has had a haircut.
Yes.
Since the last photo. Then photo number 21 is from July 31st, and it is, would you agree?
Yes.
And I can't enlarge it. Oh, maybe I can. Nope. Okay. And it's a Benji.
Yes.
Right? And it appears to be, from the photo, it says it's an SAISD yearbook best smile picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's standing in the frame. And so this, I think, what is SAISD? Is that San Antonio Independent School District?
Correct.
So it's a public forum.
Yes.
That he's standing in. And he has his no sleeves on, correct?
Yes.
He has that same or a similar shirt with stripes.
Yes.
And it's a tank top.
Yes.
And shorts.
Yes.
And different tennis shoes, correct?
Yes.
And now I'm showing you photo 22 from, would you agree, August 1st, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And here, you would agree that Benji's eating
Yes.
cake?
Yes.
Okay. Now, number 23, photo number 23 came from August 3rd, 2021. Would you agree?
Yes.
And now, can you tell what's going on in this picture?
No. Looks like you might be in a vehicle.
Okay. And what kind of shirt is he wearing?
Tank top.
Okay. And he has shoes on?
Yes.
Okay. They appear to be new-ish.
Right.
Now, we're on photo number 24, August 9th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And this is a picture of, would you agree, Leo on the right and Benji on the left?
Yes.
Okay. And COVID's going on?
It's 2021, so yeah, I'm sure people were still wearing masks back then.
Okay. And then this is photo number 25. And would you agree it comes from August 11th, 2021?
Yes.
And in this photo, it appears, would you agree with me, that there's a diaper?
Yes.
And that Benji has put his hand in the diaper.
Yes.
And what is normally contained in diapers?
Either poop or pee.
And would, in your experience, does that look like that's poop on his hand?
It could be.
And in order to have poop, do you have to have food consumed?
Yes and no. Yeah. You could also drink liquid substance, but yeah.
Okay, but you'd have to have consumed something.
Correct.
And you would agree with me from the photo, it doesn't look like it's diarrhea, correct?
I can't tell.
That's sustained.
Now, I'm showing you what's photo number 26 from 8/14/2021. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this is a photo of Leo, Benji, and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
Brandon Jr. And they're eating at the table.
Yes.
And they're all together.
Yes.
And they all have water or a liquid to drink.
There's liquid substances on the table, yes.
And then, okay, number 27 is, now let me back up. On 26, that was at 9:51 a.m., correct?
From what it shows there, yes.
Yeah. And then underneath, it says 10:33:28 on the photo number 27.
Yes.
So from the same day. And this is Benji?
Yes.
Okay. This is the same, this is at 10:33 a.m., correct, on photo number 27? And then photo number 28 is at 10:33 as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so same time, but two different photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with filters on phones and lighting?
No.
On your iPhone, does it have ways that you can take pictures differently?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't say whether or not how they took this picture, whether a filter was used or anything like that.
No, I'm going to object to relevance, Judge. This isn't an iPhone.
You may answer.
No, I don't.
And so I'm showing you photo number 29, and it is from that same August 14th, now at 1:44 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And we see Benji, and he's drinking water.
Yes.
All right. And now, this is at photo number 30. It's the same day, and it's 4:54.
Yes.
August 14th, now it's 4:54. And would you agree this is Benji?
Yes.
He's drinking water again,
Yes.
and he has a diaper on,
Yes.
and his arms are up.
Correct.
This is August 16th now, or 2 days later, 11:55 in the morning, and for photo number 31, right?
Yes.
And who is this?
Miranda, Leo, and Benji.
Okay. And so they're all together. He's with his brother. And then we jump back, and it looks like this goes backwards in time on photo number, oh, maybe there's just one at the bottom. So I think this is a duplicate, but let's make sure. So it says
It is true.
it's a duplicate?
There's
Okay.
a tag on its block, that's the tag.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me Well, at this point, I'm asking you to look at Defendant's Exhibit 19. And do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm Defendant's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize the people in those photos?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier today, when you reviewed the Cellbrite report, can you tell me what date the Defendant's Exhibit 19 correlates with?
Judge, I'm going to set my questioning because we haven't established what 21A is, but we would not object to the admission of 19 and 20.
I think 21A was established as the Cellbrite report, but is not being offered. And Ms. Sawyers, are you seeking to admit 19 and 20?
Yes, but I'm trying to establish the dates that correlate with them.
Okay. I'll go ahead and admit 19 and 20. The state doesn't have an objection, but you can still you can still question on it.
Yes, so yes, the date here says 4/9/2021.
Okay, so on Defendant's Exhibit 19, it's in April of 2021, and then on Defendant's Exhibit 20, can you reference the Cellbrite report, and what date was that photo taken?
April 18th, 2021.
Okay. And so, at this time, Your Honor, we need to maybe how would I change it?
Just switch over to source to .cam. This is between PC and .cam as a source.
All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 19. And you would agree that all three boys are together
Yes.
and they're eating food.
Yes.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 20. And I don't know about you, it's kind of hard. Can you see that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And who is at the bottom of the photo?
Miranda.
Okay. And what are they doing?
Eating.
And everyone seems to have food in front of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Benji's not off by himself eating?
No.
Okay. And then I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21, as you can see there. So let me pull it down. And you would agree that this photo is what it coordinates with that other May 16th photo where Benji was sitting at the table, right?
Right.
And now, while the state didn't include it in theirs, there's food with him, right?
I'm going to object to sidebar, Judge.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Please refrain from the sidebar.
So, but there's food in front of Benji.
Correct.
And you haven't reviewed all of the Cellbrite, correct? So you're unaware of how many other photos might contain Benji with food, right?
Correct.
Because you've only been allowed to review the photos that the state provided to you, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you photos, marked Defendant's Exhibit 23 through 31. And do you recognize those from the July 20th, 2021 welfare check?
It looks like it's their living room.
And so are those accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And I'm considering to the state and asking the 20 through 30 be admitted.
I have 23 through 31.
23 through 31, thank you, Your Honor.
No objection.
And just to be clear, Ms. Sawyers, there has been no defense 22 that's been offered, correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
not yet.
So defense 23 through 31 inclusive are admitted to be published.
Thank you. All right, so I just need to make sure the jury is not, they're able to see it. I don't want to, there you go. Okay. So, this is Defendant's Exhibit 23, and you would agree this is the living room as you walked in on July 20th, 21, unannounced.
Correct.
Okay. And this is just a Defendant's Exhibit 24. It's just a slightly different angle of that same sofa,
Yes.
correct? And everything looks clean and orderly.
Yes.
And then Defendant's Exhibit 25 is a photo, would you agree, of the kitchen, right?
Yes.
And there's a locking mechanism that's on the refrigerator right up top.
Yes.
And not just on top, but also there's a second one on the freezer portion of it.
Yes.
Okay, and both of those were unlocked.
Yes.
And then this is Defendant's Exhibit 26. And you would agree with me that things are kept in an orderly fashion.
Yes.
With the shoes, right? The
Yes.
bag. This is Defendant's Exhibit 27 of their master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a month before, almost, you will be there on August, you're gonna be there on August 17th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
As well. And you would agree with me that at that time, there's gonna be a crib there.
I don't recall. I have to see the video.
Okay.
Yes.
But in any event, bed's made, right?
Yes.
But was this laundry on the bed, or do you recall?
No.
But the bed's made.
Yes.
And then Defendant's Exhibit 28, again, when y'all show up, on the July 20th, 2021, you saw that there were posters and educational posters on the wall.
Yes.
Okay. Now, showing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 31. And it's 31 here. And this is Benji, correct?
Yes.
Has a smile on his face.
Yes.
And this is a Defendant's Exhibit 30. This is a close-up of his muscle on his arm when he was asked in the video to do his muscle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then here is Defendant's Exhibit 29. And this is a close-up of his face that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see that there's no redness in his eyes, in the eyeball, correct?
Yes.
The eyeballs themselves do not appear to be damaged.
No.
Okay. And again, he's smiling.
He's smiling in the photograph.
Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I am seeking to admit State's Exhibit 75.
Are you coach?
Yes, please.
may be seated.
Mrs. Sawyers, if you would continue, please.
And during the break, Officer Perez, were you able to view State's Exhibit 75?
Yes.
And on there, did you see 7 videos?
Benji, yes.
And there also contain images of Benji?
Yes.
And so you recognize it to be Benji?
Yes.
Correct? And at this time, Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 75.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 75 is admitted, may be published.
Now, would you agree with me that the date that these were created was on August 17th, 2021, the date that Benji passes?
That's the date, yes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. And gonna play for you. May I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I'm gonna play for you number 5, video number 5. Okay. Now, is this Benji?
Yes.
And I'm gonna back up to five seconds. And do you see the image on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that to be the same image up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I am just submitting a photo of what's on the screen and asking that it be admitted as Defendant's
22.
Exhibit 22.
No objection to it.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit 22 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Oh. Just got my day. Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22, and you would agree that that's the same image that you saw on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 32, and would you agree with me that that's just a paper copy of the same photo that we saw from State's Exhibit 76, Photo 8, is that the same photo?
Yes.
And that photo came from June 4th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, I'm just asking to admit Defendant's Exhibit 32 after showing it to the state.
No objection. I believe it's already admitted.
It is, it's just a paper copy, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 32 is admitted and may be published.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 32, and you would agree this is the same photo that was in State's Exhibit 76, Photo 8.
Correct.
Oh. All right. Now, in your video, you would agree with me that there's a portion. Hold on one second. Are these all the videos that have been admitted?
It's the bottom of the other file.
This one. that on July 20th, 2021, you had Officer Taylor there that was with you, correct?
Yes.
And he saw things that, or observed things that you didn't observe. Is that fair? Y'all weren't together the entire time, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so, at this stage, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 and admit it, and it is, excuse me, State's Exhibit 99, which is Officer Taylor's body-worn camera. And I'm going to bring your attention to 54 minutes in. At 54:25, I'm stopping the video. Did you see Miranda go and grab food and hand it to Benji?
Yes.
Okay, and Benji is standing right behind the chair at 55 minutes and 12 seconds, and he's still eating, correct?
Yes.
John, any questions about anything?
Hey, can I take those oranges? Thank you.
Probably don't want to take
When it rains, mosquitoes will stay right there. I'm ready to like fire and they're big, huge, or they're not small ones.
Yeah. They said they did a sample study on the south side. Some of them had west Nile virus.
That's great, really. Super fast. That's camel. You see, don't look at the pump on that. Camel. You want some milk? Some milk for that?
At 56 minutes and 16 seconds, did you hear Brandon ask Benji if he wanted some milk?
Yes.
Want some in your chair or what? Want some in your chair?
stopping at 57 minutes and 4 seconds. Did you see Miranda just walk across the screen with the milk in her hand?
Yes.
And you've now entered the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to now take out Officer Taylor's and put in yours and pick up right where you walk in.
Okay.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 97. And I'm fast forwarding to minute 50. Um, 50 minutes and as close to 13 seconds as I can get.
So, because of the nature of the call, I have to generate a case number. So I also call my detective and explain to him everything I've observed and everything y'all explained to me, okay? I'm going to do what we call an information report, documenting what happened. If you hear my chicken scratcher, this is going to be the case number, okay? And my self-badge number and the number of my substation. Okay, so this is a report, an information report. The detective that we have here, he's going to snap photos, just snapping the photos of the apartment, how y'all had it clean, how y'all have some safety measurements in place, how y'all have food. Okay, so, and then of course, if they're fine, he's going to take photos of Benjamin, okay? And it's just a procedure thing. It's not anything criminal at this point, okay?
I don't see anything.
At this point, right now, okay? Everything's consistent, kind of like with whatever behavioral issues that he might have. But definitely make that appointment.
Because I had him go.
Brandon, stop. I'm trying to talk.
And then, just like I have to notify CPS today, so that I have to notify them, so they'll make contact with y'all, and then whatever they're pending their investigation, but I just have to notify them on my end. I just want to let y'all know, see,
over here punching his head, and like the kids are seeing, so I don't know if it's like what he's seen or what, and I videoed him, and I showed the behavior.
Is he diagnosed with anything?
He has autism, like not autism, but like he's slow in learning.
Okay.
And he has speech problems.
Okay.
And
Not diagnosed with
he's
anything?
not diagnosed with
It's not officially autism?
No.
Does he have any speech impediment, like as far as?
a little bit that I noticed. Like we try to talk to him, right? And they're like, Benji, why do you do this to yourself? Why do you want to hurt yourself? And he just says, because. That's all we get out of him.
Other than that, he talks very fine.
But I think that's what the detective's taking photos for, is just dunk house, things like that. You may ask you to open up your pantry, so food y'all have, things like that. Again, when the CPS comes out there, I'll be as cooperative as possible. And keep all that documentation from, if you contact a hospital by phone or a clinic by phone, someone sends you an email. Here's my email address. Here's this, and that way you can keep a log of all your appointments that you had.
And then after I seen that, that's when I took him to because he was talking back to me. He was talking back to me. But once I tried it, that's whenever I tried to get him. I tried to get him.
And she goes,
Yeah. But he does have one August 27th.
That way,
But he said
you can always get something to recall. You know, and it is important.
I never had to do this stuff, so I was like, it was crazy.
It's just part of it, you know, they're gonna work together and send each other for appointments and stuff like that, and then you all go to the home.
Yeah, I sent it to you whenever you're going to the appointment with him.
So you send it to your email, confirmation of it, and you forward it to him, you know, picture, and put it on your calendar.
Definitely, I'll try to go seek any kind of medical help for him next week. If he's still bruising at that, they will call us. So just keep that handy and say it's already documented.
Yes, sir. Make sure you get the doctor's names and stuff. Paperwork. I want to take pictures of them, stuff like that. Put it on a phone, so you can get a hold of my phone.
Just send it to me.
So like I say, he's in snap photos. They're going to stand by real quick. I'm just going to do the information report.
Can I start putting them to bed? Yeah.
Okay, I'm stopping at 5622. Do you see that Brandon now has the milk bottle?
Yes.
That's going on.
We just need to take photos. We can start with that. We just need to take photos. You would say. Well, I'm going to cost you. You know what that takes?
And could you see what Brandon was doing in the kitchen?
Refilling the bottle.
We're gonna have monster, the salt, and all
And I'm stopping the video at 56:59. So you've watched all the video clips with me. Would you agree that each of the video clips that we did show captured what each of the officers were doing that day?
Yes.
on break.
So, in the very first video that you were speaking, or second video that you got to see through the state, you were speaking with that caller, right? The person who called in for the welfare check.
Yes.
And you agreed with, that you made the statement that they were not trying to hide from us, which is a good sign.
At the time, yes. Right.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did you say on 7/20/2021 that it was a good sign because they were not hiding from y'all?
Yes.
Okay, they were open and cooperative, correct?
That's what I said, yes.
I pass the witness.
Nothing further, Judge. We would ask him to be excused.
Is he subject to recall?
We would ask him subject to recall.
Officer, you are done for the day. I thank you for your time. You are subject to recall, so please keep in contact with the state and remember that the rule has been invoked.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
And did you guys want to come up and discuss
You may be seated.
State, would you like to please call your next witness?
State calls Dr. Kimberly Molina.
Dr. Molina, please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's right.
Thank you very much. State, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Molina.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Molina, how are you employed?
I'm Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And so I want to first talk about your credentials in order to become the Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. Let's talk about your education first. Do you have an undergraduate degree?
Yes.
And what is your undergraduate degree in?
Mathematics.
Interesting choice. Where did you get your undergraduate degree from?
The University of Texas at Austin.
And after your undergraduate degree, did you complete further education?
Yes.
Where at?
I attended and graduated from the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio with a medical degree. It's been now renamed UT Health.
And what year did you graduate with your undergraduate degree?
1994.
And did you go immediately into medical school?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate from the University of Texas Health Science Center, San Antonio, now known as UT Health?
1998.
And once you graduated from medical school, did you have any further education or training?
Yes.
And what was that?
I completed an internship in family medicine at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I then returned to San Antonio to complete residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and a fellowship training in forensic pathology.
So first talking about your time in the, your first fellowship, or was it internship?
My internship?
Yes. Was that where again?
That was in family medicine at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Okay. And how long was that?
I was there approximately a year and a half.
And then after that year and a half, did you come directly to San Antonio?
I spent some time working as a private practice physician before starting my residency in pathology.
And so how long were you in clinical practice?
I actually continued to be in clinical practice while I completed my residency in pathology. So I was in clinical practice from 1998 to approximately 2004.
So 6 years?
About.
Okay. That's the one time I'll get the math right. So what year did you start your residency here? I'm sorry, your fellowship here.
2003.
And again, what was that in?
My fellowship was in forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
So the easiest way to talk about forensic pathology is to first start with anatomic and clinical pathology. Pathology is the study of disease, essentially. So anatomic pathology being the study of disease in tissue. So say if you go to a surgeon, if you go to the doctor because you have a lump, a mass somewhere, a surgeon might remove that tissue and give it to a pathologist. And the pathologist would look at the tissue grossly, meaning exactly as it came out of the body, as well as under a microscope to determine whether or not that tissue was, say, cancer. A clinical pathologist does much the same thing, but deals with laboratory tests. So if you go to the doctor and say, have a blood test done to see if you're anemic, or maybe a throat culture, those laboratory tests are overseen and interpreted by a clinical pathologist. Forensic pathology takes both of those and applies them to the study and investigation of death and why people die. So in essence, they perform autopsy examinations and death investigations to determine a cause and a manner of death.
So, when did you finish your fellowship in forensic pathology?
2004.
And then the anatomical and clinical pathology was when?
2003.
Okay. So after you've completed the fellowship in forensic pathology, what did you do after that?
I stayed on staff at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when you first started, or after you completed your fellowship in forensic pathology, what was your role at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
I was a medical examiner.
And is there a hierarchy among medical examiners within the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that hierarchy?
At the office from the medical examiners, we have medical examiners, then we have a deputy chief medical examiner, and we have a chief medical examiner.
And so how long were you a medical examiner? What years roughly?
I believe I promoted to deputy chief medical examiner in 2007.
And then how long were you the deputy chief medical examiner?
I was promoted to chief medical examiner in 2020.
So 13 years as a deputy chief?
About, yes.
And when you were deputy chief medical examiner, who was the medical examiner at that time? The chief medical examiner at that time?
I was deputy chief under Dr. Randall Frost.
And currently, again, you are the chief medical examiner for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, right?
Correct.
And you've held that position since 2020?
Correct.
Okay. Do you hold any board certifications?
Yes.
And what board certifications do you hold?
I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And when did you receive those board certifications?
Anatomic and clinical in 2004, and forensics in 2005. It's been a minute, sorry.
Okay. As far as other roles that you might have, do you sit on any type of board or hold any other positions within the medical community?
I am a professor in the Department of Pathology at the UT Health Medical School here in San Antonio. And I am the editor-in-chief of the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
And what is the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
It is the foremost forensic medical journal in the United States, but also in the world. It is one of the only journals dedicated purely to forensic medicine and pathology.
Have you been published before?
Yes.
Have you written your own textbook?
Yes.
And what is the subject matter of the textbook in which you've written?
I've actually written 2 texts, a handbook of forensic toxicology, and co-authored a DeMaio's forensic pathology textbook.
And who is DeMaio?
Dr. Vincent DeMaio was my chief when I trained and originally started with the office. He is a foremost forensic pathologist here in San Antonio, but world-renowned. The name of our building is actually the Vincent DeMaio Forensic Science Center.
And you co-authored that textbook with him?
Yes.
And what is the intended audience of that textbook?
That text is written for forensic pathologists, for anyone who's interested in forensic pathology.
And in that textbook, does it include a chapter on starvation and hydration?
I believe, yes, there's a chapter on dehydration and starvation.
So, I know we briefly touched on it, but what is the role of a forensic pathologist?
So a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who, again, performs death investigations and autopsy examinations to determine a cause and a manner of death.
Do they differ than most other physicians as it relates to their patient base?
Forensic pathologists are the only physicians trained in essentially the diagnosis of death, if you will, not necessarily diagnosing death, but in diagnosing how and why someone died. In fact, they're the only physicians, medical examiners are the only physicians by law allowed to certify deaths as non-natural in the state of Texas.
So, want to talk about the earlier. What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is essentially looking at a body. It's looking at the outside of the body, looking at the inside of the body, performing any necessary tests on tissues or fluids from the body, as well as looking at medical records, investigative information, and all of that to determine a cause and a manner of death.
And by law in Bexar County specifically, or in Texas generally, who performs autopsies?
So autopsies are performed by physicians. In the state of Texas, there is a law that mandates medical examiners. So larger counties, those counties with more than 2 million people, can have medical examiners, although smaller counties are allowed to. If you establish a medical examiner's office, the medical examiner should be a physician trained in forensic pathology, and the medical examiner is then tasked by law, as mandated in the state of Texas, to investigate certain types of deaths.
And what determines whether somebody gets an autopsy or a person who's been deceased needs to undergo an autopsy versus doesn't need to undergo an autopsy?
So autopsy is kind of a broad term. Most people think of the autopsy as of what we would call a complete autopsy, of looking at the outside and the inside of a body. But death investigations can consist of simply reviewing medical records. They could consist of looking at only the outside of the body. They could consist of looking at the outside, the inside, the medical records, do all the testing, right? So there's different elements to that. What type of examination is performed is based on the physician's experience and knowledge as to what is necessary. In general, suspicious or potential deaths due to the results of someone else's actions, say homicides, usually get autopsy. And deaths where we don't know why they're dead. Sometimes deaths fall under our jurisdiction where we actually know why the person may have died. Maybe they were in a car accident and they were in the hospital for some time, right? But deaths where we have no idea what happened, those would clearly get an autopsy.
And you briefly touched on this, but what is the purpose of doing the autopsy?
The autopsy is done mainly, again, to determine a cause and a manner of death, but also to determine if there's any injuries present, to what extent those injuries may have contributed to death. Is there any drugs or toxicities present? Any natural disease? Anything, again, that not only may have caused, but contributed to the death.
So you mentioned cause and manner of death, and I want to make the distinction between the two. First, I want to talk about manner of death. What does that mean?
The manner of death is the circumstances by which the death came about. By law, this is an epidemiologic term, and so by law, there are 5 manners of death: natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined. Those are the only 5 that we're allowed to use by law. And again, it just is the circumstances of how that death came about.
And cause of death, what is that?
The cause of death is the reason that the person is deceased. So this could be, say, breast cancer, or heart attack, or gunshot wound. These are the actual, what we call physiologic derangement that led to the person's death.
So you described the kind of the different types of complete versus, I don't want to say partial, but the other types of autopsies you described. Like talking about the complete, I want to talk about a complete autopsy. Is it just a physical examination of the body, meaning looking at the body externally and internally?
So a full death investigation, a full autopsy, should consist of review of all investigative and circumstantial information, which includes medical records, investigative information potentially from law enforcement or witnesses, as well as the examination, as well as any additional tests that are performed, and any other information that could potentially assist in determining that cause and that manner of death.
So, we're talking about the full autopsy. When a body comes into the medical examiner's office and it's determined that a full autopsy is needed, what happens first?
Well, the first thing that actually happens is the death is reported to our office. We have medical investigators who work for our office. Our office is independent of law enforcement or the prosecutors or any other office. We are an independent office, and our medical investigators work for us. And they gather any information about the circumstances of death. If the body is still at the scene, they'll even go to the scene, take possession of the body, take photographs of the scene, and document the scene. If the body's at the hospital, they'll talk to hospital staff to find the circumstances of death, and we'll get the body from the hospital. So our examination, the physician's examination, starts with reviewing that report, reviewing the information that the investigators have already obtained for us, those photographs, that background information, so we can determine what type of examination needs to be performed. Then we'll perform the examination, and we'll determine if any additional testing is needed or if any additional information is needed. If additional information is needed, we'll again go back to our investigators and ask them to obtain that information for us. Perhaps it's medical records, perhaps it's interviewing witnesses, perhaps it's talking to law enforcement. We gather all of the information that we need until we can get to the determination of the cause and the manner of death.
So this process, this autopsy, talking about not just the physical examination of the body, but the investigation of the surrounding circumstances, does this happen in a day?
Sometimes the death might be very straightforward. It also might take much longer.
As far as the investigation is concerned, is it a matter of you've reached a conclusion and you're working backwards, or are you gathering information to reach the conclusion?
So we approach the autopsy just like any physician approaches their patient, right? So when you go to see your doctor, usually the first thing your doctor asks you is, what brings you in today, right? Since we can't ask our patients, that's that background information we have, right? It helps us to decide what type of examination we do. But then we do the examination. And we have to kind of put those two together. So we don't say, oh, the examination says it must be a gunshot wound, therefore it's a gunshot wound, right? We look at the investigation, it says it's a gunshot wound, and then we look at the body and we say, but it's a stab wound, right? So we have to have both pieces of information. So it doesn't go one direction. It's not that the investigation tells us what the cause of death is. It's our examination tells us the cause of death when we've done our full investigation, but we still have to use those pieces of information that we're given.
So this process of the autopsy and the death investigation, did you complete that on an individual by the name of Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
And do you recall when he was brought to the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office? Actually, I'll ask this question first. Did you complete an autopsy report in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Molina, I'm going to show you what's marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 101. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is a copy of the autopsy report on Benjamin Cervera, Bexar County case number 2021-2425, less the last page, which was a chart accompanying the autopsy report.
Okay. So this is the full autopsy report minus the one chart that you mentioned, which we'll discuss later. But it's the complete record minus that chart, correct?
It's the complete report, yes, minus the chart.
I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting. And are these autopsy reports kept in the ordinary course of business at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And that report, the entries, are they made by a person who has knowledge about the items that are contained in it?
Yes.
And are those entries made at the time in which the entries are made? Are those entries made at or near the time about the event in which they're referring to?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move to United States Exhibit 101, and I'm going to tender for to defense for objections, if any, and it's previously tendered in discovery.
State's Exhibit 101 is admitted and may be published.
And I said, I'm sorry. You have permission to move further. Thank you. Dr. Molina, as it relates to Benjamin Cervera, what did you determine to be his manner of death?
Homicide.
And what did you determine to be his cause of death?
Starvation.
I want to talk about first your investigation in this case. As it relates to, and again, I'm talking about the part of your autopsy that is not inclusive of the examination of the body. Did you complete a death investigation as it relates to Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
And what did that include?
That included, as we discussed, obtaining the background information, the circumstances of death from the hospital where he died, as well as gathering additional information, including all medical records related to Benjamin Cervera during his lifetime.
And where, if you need to refer to, do you need a copy of your investigation report?
No, I haven't.
Can you tell the jury what medical records you reviewed as it relates to Benjamin Cervera?
His birth records, you want the names of the hospitals? Okay. His birth records from Metro Methodist Hospital. His pediatric records from essentially infancy from Communicare. Multiple records from the Children's Hospital of San Antonio. Records from Northeast Baptist Hospital. Pediatrician records from Luis Lopez, an emergency room visit from the Pearl ER, physician visit with San Antonio ENT, terminal records from the Children's Hospital of San Antonio, apologize, I'm just making sure that we've listed all of them. And I don't know if I mentioned Baptist Hospital, but emergency records from Baptist Medical Hospital as well.
How were you able to determine what facilities Benjamin Cervera had been seen at during his lifetime?
We contacted his insurance company and asked for all physician visits that had been filed under his insurance. Luckily, he'd had the same insurance coverage since birth.
So I'm going to go through his records. First, I want to talk about State's Exhibit number 102. What facility do those records appear to be from?
Assuming they're all from the same facility, they're from the Christ of Santa Rosa, which is the Children's Hospital of San Antonio.
And do those records relate to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Again, not looking at every single page in here, but yes.
And if you could look at the business record affidavit in front, actually on the cover, how many pages does this purport to include?
I believe that says 390.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 103. What facilities does this appear to be from?
Communicare.
And Communicare, again, was the facility in which Benjamin attended or visited during the beginning part of his life.
Correct. It's the physician. So it's not a hospital. It's a clinic where he was receiving his care.
Okay.
During his infancy, yes.
And how many pages are included in this record?
78.
And if you could look briefly, does this appear to be for Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. What facility does that appear to be from?
Baptist Health System.
And Baptist is one of those facilities that you listed that you received records from?
Yes.
And how many pages does that purport to be?
69.
And does this appear to be relating to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. What facility does that appear to be from?
Methodist Hospital System.
And how many pages does this purport to be?
497.
Okay. And does these appear to relate to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. What facility does this purport to be from?
Communicare.
And how many pages does it appear to be?
This is 8 pages, and I apologize. This is Little Buddies, which is the Luis Lopez. I refer to as Luis Lopez, but it's Little Buddies, which is also part of Communicare.
Okay. And again, does this appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. What facility does this purport to be from?
The emergency clinic at the Pearl.
And how many pages is it?
12.
And does this relate to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 108. Where's State's Exhibit? What facility are these records related to?
The San Antonio ENT.
And how many pages?
6.
And do they appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera with a date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 109. According to the business record affidavit, where are these records from?
Texas Medicaid and Healthcare Partnership.
Okay, and as it relates to Benjamin Cervera, when you requested his claims from his insurance company, were you aware of what insurance company or provider he was covered by?
Yes.
And what was that?
Medicaid.
And do these records appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move to make State's Exhibits 102 through 109, and I can tender to defense for inspection and as previously tendered in discovery.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 102 through 109 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
I'm just going to leave these up here in case you ever need to refer to them. Actually, I'm going to put them over here. And you can let me know if you need any one of them, okay? There. It's a crowded desk up there, so. I want to go back when we talked about the cause of death. You determined that it was starvation, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about starvation just generally. Are there different types of starvation? Meaning the duration in which the starvation occurs.
There are different types as far as duration as well as causation.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to talk about the duration of the starvation first. Is there a distinction between maybe like an acute versus a chronic starvation?
Yes.
And do those have potentially different findings?
Yes.
And what might some of those things be?
Well, firstly, it'd probably be easier to kind of think about acute versus chronic starvation. Chronic starvation would be most classically the starved children that we often see on television when we refer to famines, right? Usually in Ethiopia or Sudan, these chronically malnourished children who have likely been malnourished since birth. That would be our chronic starvation. Our more acute starvation, the easiest way to think of that might be someone who goes on a hunger strike and just stops eating for a period of time. And what we know is that the findings that we can see, both the clinical findings and autopsy findings, can be different. When we have a chronic starvation case, say chronic malnourishment, oftentimes there's they're receiving some nutrition, but not enough. So you might hear terms like marasmus or kwashiorkor, and these refer to the types of nutrients that they may not be getting, and the types of findings, say that big distended belly that you might see, versus in, say, a more acute starvation where we don't have those same findings.
So you mentioned two different types, and I'm not going to even attempt to say the names. But as it relates to the distinction between those, does it relate to the specific type of food that they would be consuming relative to the other food that they might be consuming?
Correct. It refers to the nutrients that they're receiving. Are they receiving proteins and not carbohydrates? Are they receiving carbohydrates and not proteins? Are they receiving vitamins? For instance, many of the malnourished children that we see on television are actually receiving some supplemental nutrients, right? So supplemental vitamins, supplemental feeds. It's not enough for them to gain weight and essentially thrive, but it's enough to kind of keep them alive. But again, you might find these things like fluid in the belly or large livers because they're in this kind of more chronic state.
So as it relates to intake of food and nutrients and starvation, does starvation mean the complete cessation or elimination of all food and nutrients?
No.
Why might not that be?
Starvation is essentially the lethal form of being malnourished. So people can be malnourished when they're getting some food, just not enough food for them to, again, maintain the necessary energy requirements that we all have. Just being alive, whether we're active or not, requires energy. Walking, thinking requires energy. And so our bodies have the baseline amount of energy that we need. When we're not receiving that energy and we deplete our stores of energy, that's when we become malnourished. And when that malnourishment becomes lethal, we call that starvation.
So would it be uncommon for a person who is malnourished to be still able to have bowel movements and urinate?
No, that can happen as long as there's some intake.
Can somebody be malnourished to the point of starvation and still been able to urinate and or defecate prior to their death?
Yes.
So I want to go back to Benji, and I'm going to refer to him as Benji. What findings did you make as it relates to his autopsy that ultimately led you to reach the conclusion that the manner of death was homicide and the cause of death was starvation?
Are you referring to those specifically listed in the autopsy report?
So I want to go initially through your autopsy report, and then we can talk about some additional things. So as it relates to the first part of your autopsy, I know there's subparts, but as it relates specifically to the BMI, let's talk about that first. What is BMI?
So BMI refers to body mass index. This is essentially a calculation which uses your height and your weight to see whether or not you're overweight or underweight.
And what was Benji's weight at the time of his death?
28 pounds or 12.77 kilograms.
And that weight, where was it taken at?
Where was it measured?
Yes.
In our office at the time of the examination.
And that weight, what did it include? It might sound silly, but what did that include? Just his body?
So that would be his body and any clothing that he was wearing, and at the time he was wearing a diaper.
Okay. Was there a description for the diaper? Was it dirty, soiled?
So the diaper was markedly soiled with both urine and well-formed firm stool.
So the weight that you took included the weight of the diaper that had presumably dirt and feces in it?
Yes.
And what was Benji's height at the time of his death?
39 inches, which is 99 centimeters.
And so BMI is a calculation based on weight and height, correct?
Correct.
And what was Benji's BMI?
12.9 kilograms per meter squared.
And what's the significance of his BMI at the time of his death?
That BMI is less than the first percentile for the CDC calculation for BMI for children, which would be consistent with malnourishment and starvation.
If you can explain to the jury, you said below the first percentile, what percentiles are you referring to?
So we've probably all seen that when children are taken to the physician, to a doctor's office or any sort of medical clinic, usually they get a height and a weight. Actually, when we go to the doctor, we get a height and a weight. For children, the physicians will usually plot this on a growth curve to make sure that they're growing appropriately. They're gaining weight as they should, they're growing as they should. They'll also plot the BMI on a BMI scale, much like the growth scales, to see if they're underweight or overweight, just like our physicians would. So if we go to the doctor and our BMI is too high, we might get that discussion about exercising more and eating less. If our BMI is too low, we might have a different conversation. But again, these percentiles are generated for what is considered a healthy weight for height is what BMI is, right? And it's looking at how much we should weigh given how tall we are.
And you said he was below the first percentile?
Correct.
And what is that?
So when we look at the percentiles of where people should be with these BMI graphs, right? We have kind of normal rate right in the middle for healthy, and then we can go out percentiles, how many people in the population weigh more and how many weigh less. And the CDC has created these percentiles that say you're taller than 95% of the population, so you would be pretty tall, right? So with BMI, they have the same percentiles, and this would mean, so being less than the first percentile would be that 99% of the population would have a BMI greater than the 12.9 that Benjamin had.
And 99% of the population, is it the full population of the United States?
My apologies. It's the population of children aged 4 years, 10 months. So essentially the peers of that age group.
So over 99% of his peers would have had a greater BMI than him.
Correct.
So moving on to your findings that's in 1A2, where you marked or indicated clinical history of precipitous decrease in body weight 2 months prior to his death. As it relates to Benjamin, in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain weights for portions of Benji's life?
Yes.
And what would be the purpose of looking at the weights during his lifetime?
So when we're assessing a child's health, just like your physician does when you go to the doctor and you get your height and your weight checked, they check the height and the weight for children. And what we can do is we can plot this on what we call growth curves. These are the CDC growth curves that tell us, is a child growing appropriately? And these are plotted out by percentile, 5th percentile, 50th percentile, right? And if you have children, some parents might want to extrapolate or say, oh, my child's 50th percentile, so maybe they'll be X height when they get older, right? But the reason we use that is because it helps helps physicians to see if a child is growing appropriately. So as children grow, they should stay on what we call their growth curve. Sometimes they might go up if they gain a little weight, right? They might go up, and now maybe they are a little bit heavier for their height, but they should essentially stay on their growth curve. When children, what we call, fall off the growth curve, meaning maybe they're at 50th percentile and then all of a sudden they drop to 25th or 10th percentile, this can indicate that something is going on with the child. Perhaps there's an illness or something else, which is why physicians will chart this for children to make sure that they're growing appropriately. So we look at the weights and the heights, and we plot them on this growth curve to see, is the child growing appropriately? Are they gaining weight appropriately as they should over their time? And we were able to do that with all of the medical records that we obtained.
And did you distill that information down into a chart?
Yes.
And the chart is based on a table, correct?
Yes.
That chart that you mentioned when we were talking about the autopsy and whether it was complete, is that the chart you were referring to?
When we talked about the autopsy report, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Molina, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 110. As it relates to 110, does this appear to be the chart that you completed as it relates to Benji's weight during the period of time of his life based on the records?
Yes.
and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 111. Is that the chart based on this table?
So this chart is the chart that was included in the autopsy report. This table does have a data point, an additional data point listed that is not on this particular chart.
And forgive me, I may have marked you wrong. Thank you. So I'm actually going to mark this one. And as my partner just reminded me, I might be using chart and graph interchangeably. So the record's clear. 110 is the chart, and 111 is the graph. Does it matter?
Only to math. 110 would be a spreadsheet, or
I like that term better.
and 111 would be a graph. Yes.
Okay. And 111, does it include the data point that's in 110?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that this would be useful to the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time, the state would move to admit States 110 and 111. The tender to present for objections.
Your Honor, may I take this witness on board, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in regards to State's Exhibit 110, which is the chart, you would agree with me that it doesn't contain all the data points. Oh, you've changed it now?
It has been. She's added that one now.
Okay. But it also is missing, for instance, in the communicator records, there are visits for 10/19/2016, and that's not in your chart, correct?
Correct. It's not in the chart.
And there's a CHOSA ER visit, on 1/11/17, that's not in your chart.
Correct.
And then there is a CHOSA visit on 4/1/2021, that's not in your chart.
So again, I'll say correct that these are not in the chart. I cannot verify these visits because I don't have the record. But these points are not in the chart. If you want me to get the record, I can.
I understand, but they're not on your chart.
They're not on the chart.
Okay. And so if those visits exist in those records, they're not charted here.
Correct.
Okay. And there may be other, like for instance, on November 14, 2017, he saw a doctor and that's not on your chart, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
November 14, 2017.
Correct, there's not a point on the chart.
Your Honor, my objection is just that it's not a full and complete data collection. I'll let the state respond.
May I see the exhibits and state you can be responsible?
And Judge, this is based on her review of the records, what she did, what ultimately formed her opinion. And so if she wants to have those records and cross-examine Dr. Molina as it relates to those records and the weights and the significance, and if it changes her opinion, that's subject for cross-examination. But this is the basis of her opinion.
States Exhibit 110 and 111 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may I apologize?
Yes.
Okay. So when talking about the growth charts, again, are we looking at one point in time in particular?
It's right here.
Thanks, Tommy. As it relates to the growth chart, are we looking at one point in time in particular?
Well, each point on the growth chart represents one point in time in particular, but when we look at the chart, we're looking at the trend over time, not at any one individual point, but at the trend.
Okay, so each point has a significance, but independently, they are not the formation of your opinion as it relates to whether Benjamin died of starvation.
Correct, it's the trend.
Okay, so when we're looking at the beginning of his life, and I should ask first, the axis here, the vertical axis, what is that charting?
Weight in kilograms.
And then the bottom axis?
That is age in months.
Okay, so these lines, the red line at the very top that's plotted, what does that line indicate?
So that's 95th percentile. You can see the ones that are labeled. This chart is actually based from the CDC data. So that the charts that you see in the doctor's office, you can actually get those data points from the CDC. They're freely available. And so this chart was generated with the CDC data. So the lines, the kind of brown line or red, the green, the blue, the, I guess, darker blue in the middle labeled 50th, the yellow and the orange, those are CDC numbers representing the percentile. So 95th percentile, that would be kind of your heaviest kids, and the 5th percentile would be your lightest children for each age. So the CDC developed those numbers.
Okay, so as it relates to the highest line here, the one that's in the red, labeled the 95th percentile, that means that if you were on the 95th curve, that means that you would be heavier than 95% of the peers in that age group.
Correct.
And then as it relates to the bottom line, the 5th percentile, if you were on the 5th percentile curve, that means that 95% of the people in your age population would be heavier than you.
Correct.
Do you recall what these two lines, and let me ask just about the yellow, what growth curve that is?
25th percentile.
Okay. Now these light blue dots that are kind of scattered throughout the State's Exhibit 111, what are those indicating?
Those are the weights from the medical records for Benjamin Cervera.
Okay. And so looking at from 0 months to just past 21 months, generally is he following that 5th percentile curve?
Yes.
So in your opinion, is he developing appropriately as it relates to his weight during that period of time?
Well, you can see he's following the curve nicely initially, but then he kind of falls off the curve a little bit, and then he goes back onto the curve. So likely something happened around 8 to 10 months, but then he goes back onto the curve.
And that jump down is what I'm pointing to right here in State's Exhibit 111?
Correct.
And then we're back on around the 5th percentile curve after that?
Correct.
So this period of time between 21 months and 40 months, based on your review of the records, you didn't find any weight plots during that period of time?
Correct. I couldn't find any medical records during that time.
So during this period of time, are you going to make any assumptions as it relates to whether Benji was on the 5th percentile, 25th percentile, anything like that?
No.
When the next data point that you have at around the time that Benji is 40 months, is he on a different curve?
Yes.
And what curve does he jump to?
The 25th percentile.
Okay. And does that trend continue to the next plot point?
Yes.
And that plot point,
about 48 months.
Okay, so that's 4 years old.
Correct.
So we have from 48 months up until the time that he ultimately is, actually this last data point here is at the time of his death.
Correct.
So from 48 months to just before his death at 54 months?
58 months.
58 months. Does he ever gain weight during this period of time?
No.
And
not by trend.
Not by trend. Again, the trend being from this point here at 48 months to ultimately his demise at 58 months.
Correct.
So during this 10-month period of time, his overall trend is downwards.
Correct.
And during this 10 months of his life, if he's following his growth curve, if he's developing appropriately, would you have expected him to continue to gain weight?
Yes.
So, in looking at his death at approximately 58 months, if he would have stayed on the 25th percentile curve, how much should he have weighed?
Approximately 16.5 and change kilograms.
Okay. I know we're a math major, but I'm not expecting you to do it on the spot, but 16 and a half roughly. Correct?
Correct.
And how much, again, was he in kilograms at the time of his death?
12.7.
So that's a difference of 4
Essentially like 4 kilograms.
Roughly 4 kilograms. And what's kilograms to pounds?
4.4. So that's about 10 pounds.
Okay. 10 pounds in a child at 58 months old. Does that have any significance to you?
Well, Benjamin's weight in pounds at the death was 28 pounds. So 10 pounds is essentially a little less than half of his weight.
Okay. So percentile-wise, that's a large percent of his body.
Correct.
So it might seem silly, but 10 pounds for me is different than 10 pounds for Benji.
Correct.
So when you were looking at this trend over time, did you also look at his height over this period of time?
Yes.
And when you looked at his height, did you notice any trends?
The trend was no growth. That essentially there was no growth from about 48 months to 58 months. The values are a little more spurious, meaning it's not straight at no growth. Sometimes he's actually measured as shorter. Children don't usually shrink, but our measurements can be off. But essentially from 48 months to 58 months, the growth is stagnant at about 99 centimeters.
And as it relates to height, especially when talking about children, would you expect there be some reliability issues as it relates to those measurements?
Yes.
Why is that?
Often when children are alive, they don't necessarily participate as well for the height. There can be some differences if they don't have their legs straight and their knees are bent. It depends on how you're measuring the height versus just estimating the height. But again, children don't usually shrink, or adults may as we get older, but children don't. They grow. And so if we look at those values, again, Pretty much it's about consistent at about 99 centimeters with some variation that's likely just due to human error with measurement.
So that period of time between 48 months where his height was measured at 99 and his ultimate death where you measured him at autopsy at 99, would you expected his height to grow?
Yes, he should have grown in those 10 months.
And is that instructive as it relates to your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
How so?
Again, children should grow. So it's not just a matter of losing weight, it's a matter of not growing. So we have to take both of those into consideration. When looking at adults and assessing starvation, we can look purely at weight loss. But when looking at children, it's not just about weight loss, it's failure to grow.
So does this failure to grow, does it have any medical term that might be used in the medical community?
Some people use the term stunting or arrest, meaning you've kind of stopped, as well as we've discussed, falling off the curve.
Okay. As it relates to stunting, other than the height, was there any evidence that you found related to his inability to grow in height?
At the time of autopsy, no.
Okay. I want to talk about the next finding that you made as it relates to evidence of starvation, B, a clinical history of low protein and obesity. Talking about, let's talk about low protein at first. Where did you get that value from?
Those values are at the terminal admission or the terminal treatment, meaning Benjamin had an arrest at home and was taken to the hospital, and those hospital records, they did some blood tests at the hospital, and so that's where those values came from.
And I meant to ask you about this, and I'm sorry to break this up a little bit, but I want to go back to the height. So not being able to rely on the height, does that mean that would affect your ability to rely on his BMI as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the reason you didn't graph his height and his BMI?
Correct.
Going back to the low protein, that last visit where his low protein, where you had low clinical protein, do you know the source of that value, meaning how the value was obtained?
I do not.
Okay. Was it evident within the medical records?
No.
Okay. And what does the low protein mean as it relates to starvation?
So when we are malnourished and we're not getting enough energy intake, our body will first start to utilize our fat for energy, right? When we don't have enough fat, it'll start to use protein for energy. And when we run out of both, that's when or we get low on both, serious complications can occur. So that can be, we have low protein because we've broken down a lot of our protein, but it also can be we have low protein because we're not eating enough protein, because that's where our protein reserves come from.
And albumin, what's albumin?
Albumin is the main protein. So essentially these are kind of measures together that we don't have enough proteins.
Next I want to talk about is the evidence of starvation, C, paucity of abdominal adipose tissue. What does paucity mean?
Paucity means lack of, very little.
Okay. And what is adipose tissue?
Adipose tissue is fat.
And as it relates to Benji in particular, as it relates to the autopsies, what did you notice about the fat around his belly?
So In the abdomen, we actually have two main kind of fat stores. One being what we call subcutaneous, and that's the fat that's right under our skin, right? And that's kind of our insulation fat, right? And at autopsy in Benjamin's case, this was very, very thin, right? So it's just a very thin amount of subcutaneous fat, right? But also in our abdomen, we have fat that surrounds our intestines. It's in our mesentery, it's protective fat to protect our intestines and help to, there's kind of a thin mesh that anchors our intestines, and this fat serves as a protector for that mesh. And in Benjamin's case, there actually was no fat left in the mesentery at all.
Okay. And so how did that look?
So it's described in the report as translucent, meaning this thin membrane that should be fatty, you can actually see right through because there's no fat there.
As it relates to the subcutaneous fat, was it measured, like the thickness?
Yes.
And what was the thickness?
3 millimeters.
Okay. For us Americans who use the inches empirical system, what's a correlation roughly between like a centimeter and an inch?
Less than 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Probably like less than 1/8 of an inch.
1 centimeter is less than 1/8 of an inch.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 centimeter is if we're doing 1 centimeter, sorry. It's, 1 centimeter is, so 1/2 inch is 1 foot. So, 2.54, so I apologize. 1 inch, 2.54, so 1/2 inch is 1.25. So 1 centimeter is less than 1/2 inch.
Okay. And there are 10 millimeters per centimeter?
Correct.
Okay. So that's like 1/10 of 1/2 of an inch. 3/10 of 1/2 of a percent.
We're less than an 1/8 of an inch.
Okay. Is there any kind of general consensus as it relates to what like a normal level of that subcutaneous fat should be?
From experience, I can tell you in most children, it's usually at least a centimeter.
Okay. And there's 10 centimeters, is there 10 millimeters per centimeter?
Correct.
Next I want to go to is that the investigation reveals intentional deprivation of food by caregiver. Were you able to review some videos as it relates to Benji prior to his death?
Yes.
Let me ask first, this intentional deprivation by the caregivers, did it assist in informing your opinion as it relates to cause versus manner?
So that does not affect cause, that it goes to manner of death.
Okay, so this intentional deprivation wouldn't affect your ultimate conclusion that Benji died from starvation?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 75. And I'm going to play for you number 7. If you could read for me, when was, can you see from there? What date was video?
Yes, please do. Just please keep your voice up.
What date was video number 7 created?
August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And are you aware of the date of Benjamin's death?
Yes,
And what was his date of death?
August 17th, 2021.
So, fair to say that this video was created the same day that he died.
It appears that way, yes.
As it relates to that video number 7 and State's Exhibit number 75, was this the same type of videos that you reviewed and ultimately informing your opinion as to whether there was intentional deprivation of food by the caregiver?
Yes, that and others.
And there were a number of videos that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the intestines as well. During the autopsy, did you observe Benji's stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and colon?
Stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and
Colon?
the colon is the large intestine. So,
you're the doctor.
So yes.
So, as it relates to his intestines, did you make any observations that informed your opinion as to whether Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
And what was that?
His stomach contained a minimal amount of material, approximately 15 cc's of clear fluid with this yellow and black particulate material reminiscent of like small seeds. And his small and large intestines were collapsed with minimal contents.
What does that mean? What's the clinical significance of the collapsed intestines?
That means there's no, so normally when we eat, food is first processed from our stomach, then it goes into our small intestine and into our large intestine. This is incredibly variable, but in general, small intestine might have, contents in it from what you've eaten kind of that day, whereas your large intestine might have contents in it from the day before or even a couple days before, just depending on how quickly an individual processes their food. So this would tell me there's minimal content, so likely there hadn't been any intake of food or significant amount of food within at least, say, a day prior to death. There was, again, stool in a diaper, which may have been from days prior, but nothing throughout the intestinal tract.
During the medical treatment intervention around August 17th of 2021 as part of the attempted life-saving measures. Was an NG tube put in place?
Yes.
And what is an NG tube?
It's a tube that goes in someone's nose, down the esophagus into their stomach. So it's nasogastric tube.
And what was that NG tube used for?
It's commonly placed in life-saving measures. In this particular case, I believe it was placed because the physicians noted some abdominal distension with the life-saving measures, including trying to breathe for the child. Sometimes what will happen is air will go into the intestine and cause distension, so they'll put in a tube to try to decompress that or give the airway out.
And did they use suction in this case?
I do not recall.
If they had used suction and removed some of the contents, what type of debris, based on the size of the NG tube, would they be able to remove?
NG tubes are small, they have very small holes, so they can remove mostly liquid and small particulate material. They can't remove larger items.
So even if they had used the NG tube and used suction, would that have changed your opinion as it relates to the content in the small intestine and large intestine, or lack of content in the small intestines and large intestine?
No, NG tubes can only remove content from the stomach.
Did you recover the contents of Benji's stomach at the time of autopsy?
Yes.
And did you photograph those?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Mr. Diego, are you getting the photographs?
I think after I finish just this set of photos, it'd be a good time to break. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112 through 120. You look at those. To State's Exhibits 112 through 120 reflect, all of these reflect the photographs you took of the stomach contents that you recovered at autopsy on around August 18th of 2021.
Correct.
And do they truly and accurately depict the stomach contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to United States 112 through 120 on a tender defense for objections of any and is previously tendered in discovery.
No objection. Case Exhibit 112 through 120 inclusive are admitted, and they may be published.
And then this is the last thing I think we're going to do today is just look at the photos, okay? I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 113. You describe the contents as like seed-like material?
Yes. In the report, it's described as yellow and black particulate material.
How long have you been in San Antonio?
More than 20 years.
Okay. Have you had chips and salsa before?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look consistent with anything?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm gonna, unless this has been tested, should not, may I take her on prior before we get into whether she thinks it is something or not?
I'm gonna go ahead and sustain the objection unless you can lay credit as to that it's something more than speculation.
Okay. So, did you test this material?
No.
Okay. Did you receive information during your investigation as it relates to what Benji may have been fed during certain periods of
And
time?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Attention that you have given today. Thank you for working a little late. Please remember, it is expected tomorrow that we are going to work a half day. I do have a Veterans Treatment Court docket. So because of that, I am going to ask you to come in at 9 in the morning tomorrow so we can get some testimony done and finish with this witness. And like I said, we'll be recessing the trial around noon. Please remember my instructions. Do not look up or research anything about this case or anything you may have heard during the course of the trial. Do not read or listen to any media accounts of the trial or speak to anyone who may have watched these media accounts. Do not read or engage with any online comments that may be associated with this trial, and do not speak to anyone about the case or the evidence you have seen or heard, including other members of the jury. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please be safe. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.